we rapidly found out part of that spending package was to introduce a massive injection of what's called black world funding into the defense budget. And black world funding describes secret, unaccountable slushes of money which go towards top secret programs. And at the time, so think sort of late 80s, mid to late 80s, there were some very sort of interesting rumors in our world. I mean, me as a defense journalist, about aircraft particularly seen over the desert southwest of America that could not be accounted for in terms of what was known to be out there. So people like me started to get quite interested in all of this, and we rapidly found out that there were a raft of programs, secret programs, which some of which came to the light of day at the end of the decade. So I think in 1988, the outgoing then Reagan administration revealed that it had been building, I think it was 50 odd stealth fighters in secret. A great deal of that number had by then gone into squadron service in Nevada at a base called Tonopah in secret. And this was sort of just what I felt at the time was the tip of a giant iceberg. If this stuff was going on and had been admitted to in 1988 after a decade of cover-up, what else was going on in the black world that had not been revealed? And so with that sort of teasing question at the back of my mind, I then went on, and Josh, you mentioned it, to research what became a book called The Hunt for Zero Point, which really at the outset posed a question, or at least I posed a question to myself, which was, given all of this secrecy, what is the deepest, darkest secret I could possibly conceive of in the 1990 odd time frame that the Department of Defense might be concealing? And I came to the conclusion that it was probably around a breakthrough form of propulsion, to wit, in populist terms, anti-gravity. So could the US, and I focused on the US because that was where the most interesting stuff was going on, could the US have developed something deeply secret in the black that looked a lot like a UFO? Because, as we all know, there had been and continue to be reports all over the world of unidentified flying objects. And I thought it was a kind of decent proposition to propose as the start point of a journey. But I also knew that it was deeply taboo, and it's kind of hard to appreciate that now. I mean, so much has been relaxed in the UFO world. People talk about it. I mean, even in the company I keep, engineers in the aerospace world now talk about UFOs and anti-gravity. But back then, if I breathed the word anti-gravity on my circuit, I would have been out of a job. So I had to keep this whole thing very, very secret. And it really kicked off the start of a journey in 1990. And by the end of that decade, so sort of 1999, I knew that I had the material for a book. I wrote the book. The book came out in 2001 here in the UK and 2002 in the US. And I'm thrilled to say it's probably become more relevant now, and that I talk about it more now than I did when it came out. So it's had a lot of life. It continues to have legs, and I hope we can talk a bit more about it today.
Yeah, for sure.
Grandmaster.
My first question for you actually is revolved around the anti-gravitics, the G engines, the anti-gravity propulsion systems.
Yeah, they will.
So with Tesseract,
yeah, but it doesn't matter because everything's
the idea of
on data, I imagine.
Sentient phenomenon.
And it doesn't matter.
As one of the best ways to describe things like the Tic Tac incident with the Tic Tac UFO. The Tic Tac UFO seemed to have been capable of knowing where the pilots were going to be before they did. The Tic Tac vanishes at the snap of a finger, ends up at a secret location when the pilots that were chasing it wanted to rendezvous. They went to the secret location just to find the Tic Tac waiting there. So the big question was this thing able to hack the pilots that were chasing communications wanted to rendezvous, or was it able to actually know prior, having the sense of knowing? So the question was it able to actually know? These G engines, these gravity engines, having the sense of knowing, manipulate space-time. Do you think that these crafts with the G engine technology are able to actually not only manipulate space, but also manipulate time? And are we responsible potentially, from any knowledge you might have into these programs, that these crafts are potentially actually being created in the future and are coming back in time, or able to, manipulate time in any fashion? What do you think of that?
Well, there's a load to unpick and unpack there, but all of those questions get to the heart of the whole issue, if you ask me. What started out for me back in 1990 as a kind of nuts and bolts investigation into technology, in essence, has now, whatever that is, 30 years later, morphed into a much bigger question about the phenomenon that we're dealing with. The Tic Tac incident is a very good case study, because, as you rightly mentioned, what had happened was the F-18s off the carrier Nimitz had gone into the combat training zone where these aircraft were going to carry out some maneuvers. All of this, I should preface, took place in 2004. And when they entered that air combat training box, and they spotted this Tic Tac looking object, which was about the size of one of their F-18s, low down over the water. As you said, it, first of all, as they, or at least one of the pilots, circled down to investigate it, it circled back up as if it was engaging it in combat. It then accelerated at a phenomenal speed and was next spotted on radar at what is called the CAP point, the Combat Air Patrol Point, which is technically it's a secret set of coordinates inside that air maneuver box that is only known to a handful of people. I don't even think the pilots know where the CAP point is before it is given to them, or given to them over the radio. So this thing knew exactly where to go. Now, how did it do that? Could it hack into, as you mentioned, into their comm systems, into their computer systems to know where that CAP point is or was? Unlikely, in my view. I think those are encrypted to such a degree that it would be incredibly hard to do that. So what other possibilities are you left with? If you are dealing with an object, a vehicle that flies in the way that it does, and from all the descriptions that we have of it, it is maneuvering in a way that, the pilots themselves said it defied physics. So in some way it is doing things that can't be done with conventional aircraft. Then you have to ask yourself, well, what is it doing? And I think you have to go to the next proposition, which is that it is in some way manipulating space. And of course, Einsteinian physics tell us that if you manipulate space, you're also manipulating time and gravity. So you are bending and now warping reality, the fabric of existence, in ways that defy our comprehension. But I think that, at this point, what you're looking to do is search for an Occam's razor explanation for what is going on. And as bizarre as it sounds, Occam's razor for me, which is obviously the simplest explanation for what the evidence is telling you, Occam's razor is that this thing is a craft that is not employing current terrestrial technology, but is doing something truly extraordinary, which is bending the fabric of space-time in some way, shape, or form. And there are conceivably ways that you can do that technologically. There is a physicist based in San Francisco. He's, I hope you won't mind me saying this, he's about 80 now, but he's a guy with a very strong track record in space-time metric engineering, and his name is Dr. Jack Sarfati. And Jack maintains that the Tic Tac has what is called a metamaterial hull, which is a hull that is composed of tiny waveguides, so minuscule that they are able to manipulate the fabric of reality, in essence. And so using this technology, it would, Jack maintains, be able to come back from the past to the present. And of course, if you can do that, you know exactly where the cap point of those aircraft is going to be, because you're coming from the future. So it opens up a realm of possibility, and needless to say, also opens up a plethora of new questions. So, yeah. On to the next one, Josh. What have you got for me next?
Last night I was reading chapter 9 of The Hunt for Zero Point, where you fly into a Huntsville and then you go meet somebody at Von Braun's complex area, and then you talk about how you go up to what is it? Maybe Ohio or
yeah, Cleveland. I think I seem to remember Cleveland, Ohio. NASA, Cleveland. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you talk more about that?
Well, I can talk. I can talk about them both. Actually, Cleveland wasn't so interesting, but let's talk about NASA Huntsville first. That, as you say, was the part of NASA that was given over to rocketry. So it was sort of pretty much founded. In fact, as you walk into Huntsville Airport, there used to be, I don't know whether there still is, a giant kind of cutout of Werner von Braun, who was the Germans' rocket genius during the Second World War. And he's sort of waving and welcoming you to Huntsville. It's a bit strange for me, a Brit, because Werner von Braun's rockets landed in quite some numbers on London. And even when I was growing up, you could see craters still in London where these V2s had sort of hit the city and blasted great holes in it. But that aside, Huntsville and NASA Marshall, the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, was a very interesting place where not only were they then, I mean, this was, when was this? 1996, I think, or 97 maybe I visited. And it was not only where they were testing space shuttle engines and other rockets, but were also looking at very advanced spaceflight concepts. They had a goal at the time to make a 50-year journey to the nearest star system, which might sound like a really long time, but actually, under current chemical rocket propulsion technology, would take, hundreds of thousands of years. So they to do something different, they were looking at some very advanced concepts like space warp, all manner of kind of space-time engineering to get to the nearest star system. So really taking NASA then into UFO territory. But again, very different world to get to the nearest star system. So really all of these people were alluding to UFO type technology. But again, they daren't mention the word. And this is what has been so liberating about the last 5 years, since the New York Times in 2017 blew the lid off up till then a secret unit within the Pentagon called ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which had been studying UFOs. And when you've got an august paper like the New York Times talking about UFOs, suddenly, a whole load of people I knew, began to realize that it was okay to start talking about this stuff in a way that it had not been before. And actually, I was one of them. I had completely, after The Hunt for Zero Point came out, I talked about it for a year or two, and then I went on to other stuff. I'm a writer and I'm a technology consultant, so I sort of left it behind. But then in 2017, it all came screaming back again. And I was one of those people who felt liberated enough to be able to talk about this stuff very openly, which I still do. And more than that, to really dive down the rabbit hole to the degree that, conventional explanations for what we see in the sky and people report as UFOs is no longer for me to the degree about a nuts and bolts discussion, about whether, crudely speaking, if you picked a brick up and you threw the brick at a low hovering UFO, the question is, would it go clang or would the brick sail straight on through as if that thing were a mirage? Well, I've come to the conclusion that there are circumstances in which it would do both. So what is responsible for that? And as strange as it may sound, that takes us into consciousness territory. Because if consciousness is our link, or the link between the human mind and what we perceive as reality, then do we start to look at consciousness, which we don't understand, of course, or at least science doesn't. It doesn't know. It knows what consciousness is, but it does not know how it is formed or processed. Do we look at consciousness as the missing link between what people report they see in the sky that they can't explain, and some sort of missing component of what we call reality, and that is sort of where I am at the moment. I've left the nuts and bolts of my journalistic job behind, and I've truly jumped down that rabbit hole. And it is, as everyone here will know, that's a whole new journey in itself.
Wow. So on April 19th, coming up in a week or so, less than a week, to jump to current events. The United States Senate on April 19th is having another public UAP hearing, and they're aiming to address concerns about the unidentified aerial phenomenon and the need for more investigation and transparency. There's been vocal advocates for further examination into the phenomenon, and people have been pushing for more funding for the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. So with your research into the military black project world, can you explain to us the funding financial model based around that is, which is like the people in public don't really know much about that, and how do you think that that model is going to adapt and change over time in the current financial climate with the digital dollar rising, etc., and as well as this climate of disclosure and more government officials pushing for funding and transparency?
Okay, so obviously I'm not there, but I keep my ear to the ground. I talk to a lot of friends in and around that world, so the military intelligence world, who do know about this stuff. Of course, it is all shrouded in secrecy, but in essence, as you said, this is all part of a congressional mission to understand what UAP are. When the New York Times broke that story in 2017, and obviously a centerpiece of that story was the Tic Tac incident, things began to unravel quite quickly. The US Navy, which had obviously encountered the Tic Tac, had also encountered, it emerged, a whole range of unidentified aerial phenomena off the eastern seaboard of the United States. And if you talk to a guy like Ryan Graves, who was an F-18 pilot on multiple combat air patrols and training missions off carriers off the eastern seaboard, he will tell you that there would be days when pilots would go up and they would encounter something anomalous every single time they went up. So, that after a while began to get the attention of politicians, senators and congresspeople, and bit by bit this move to investigate what was going on emerged. I'm sort of recapping some stuff here to get to your question, but in 2021 there was a report that came out which for the first time, and this was a report that was mandated to be delivered.
No, there's real stories about that.
All right, well, go ahead and say something.
The military intelligence community.
That's taken an unpredicted turn, hasn't
That
it, Taylor?
report reveals for the first time
she said some other stuff that I've never heard in my life.
UFOs
like
were
to
real.
see a foundation
you can
for it.
Google all of it, and
What
it comes
they
up pretty
were.
quick.
No, it doesn't.
It gave a
Yes, it does.
It's just a
number
bunch
of
of
Literally put Jesus killed
how many
children. It'll be there.
manuscripts exist of that happening?
But what everyone was interested
ask
was this
Google.
sort of almost
I
Google
heard
is
the Easter
ignorant.
Bunny
by the
was a
report
terrorist, eh?
bucket of
Hey, why is
sightings,
it? Why is the Easter
which
Bunny
were
at
the ones that we've
Easter?
been talking about?
Because
Things
he's
in the sky that were
an
doing
egg
such
terrorist.
strange
He wants
maneuvers
men
that
Because of
could not
Hallmark.
possibly
to eat.
have been done by anything
All right.
terrestrial.
Can I respond to what,
So that
what
then
Taylor said
evolved
For
into
Ashtar,
about evil?
9 months later,
hearing
they can
last
sacrifice
year,
to their
in
gods
May
during
last year, which
Saturnalia.
was the first
That's
public hearing, and we're now moving to the
origin
second
or
public
basis of
hearing.
Easter
And
You see what
Christmas.
they're doing, though?
But they changed the
there
dates.
is in the
You
background
know,
Do you see
they
what you're doing, though?
question about
something.
You're not going within yourself to find it. You're going to them to find it, and they're going to give you whatever
No,
the
these
fuck
are
they
the
do.
these are the pagans.
You want me to tell you why?
But it's,
I'll tell you why.
Not be okay with
I'll tell you what.
the
The
body
rabbit
within
and the Easter
the
eggs, right?
Pentagon
You know what Easter egg is in a
that
video
has
game, right?
been,
It's secret. Secret.
set aside
There's
to
Easter eggs hidden all over this world
all
right
of
in front of your
stuff. There's a
face.
sort
And
of
like
central clearinghouse
Easter egg,
within
world, the rabbit
military
represents the
community
metaphorical
for all
rabbit
of
hole. You got to
these
go down to find that
strange
Easter egg.
sightings. I think that we are going to find
Become one with
next
your
week
conscience.
a great deal of
And
frustration
I'm
on the
pretty
part
sure
of the
that rabbits
politicians
don't actually lay
that
eggs.
No, they don't.
the Pentagon and the military
Really?
intelligence community
Fuck, I last time I
pulling their
fucking seen it
fingers
and laid
out
no eggs.
to
Mm.
move
Fuck that.
anything
I wanna
as
talk about
fast as
initially
they
the
should,
history.
or at least as Congress
But
would
yeah, I'm
like it
interested
to
in reading
be,
this manuscript
to
about Jesus killing
be
people.
addressing
Okay, like
the
that,
issue which is,
okay, like listen to this
what
one.
are
Watch this
these
one.
things?
Like that,
Are they a threat?
like that video, that company called Zuffa.
What possible explanations
That's really meant
could there
for
be
suffer.
them? And are they
You know what I mean?
ultimately, are they something or things that could not
And
I
what
thought
else?
it was.
be
I
constructed
thought it was
by
South
any
African. I
nation
thought
on
it was a
earth,
sapper.
and which
This goes, hey, you didn't know.
instead,
Hey, it goes deep because like
may
all
have
the big
come
companies are in
from
on it.
somewhere else.
They were the ones who found this country.
So,
They were the ones who got money going like this. They opened
what
the
there has
first thing
been
was
has
a
been a lot of
Disneyland.
Share the link on the
Why?
space, Taylor.
by the military industrial complex, and I think that
Really know much about that. And how do you think that that model is going to adapt and change over time in the current financial climate with, the digital dollar rising, etc., and as well as this climate of disclosure more government officials pushing for funding and transparency?
Okay, so obviously I'm not there, but I keep my ear to the ground. I talk to a lot of friends in and around that world, so the military intelligence world, who do know about this stuff. Of course, it is all shrouded in secrecy, but in essence, as you said, this is all part of a congressional mission to understand what UAP are. When the New York Times broke that story in 2017, and obviously a centerpiece of that story was the Tic Tac incident, things began to unravel quite quickly. The US Navy, which had obviously encountered the Tic Tac, had also encountered, it emerged, a whole range of unidentified aerial phenomena off the eastern seaboard of the United States. And if you talk to a guy like Ryan Graves, who was an F-18 pilot on multiple combat air patrols and training missions off carriers off the eastern seaboard, he will tell you that there would be days when pilots would go up and they would encounter something anomalous every single time they went up. So, that after a while began to get the attention of politicians, senators and congresspeople, and bit by bit this move to investigate what was going on emerged. I'm sort of recapping some stuff here to get to your question, but in 2021 there was a report that came out which for the first time, and this was a report that was mandated by Congress to be delivered by the military intelligence community. That report revealed for the first time acknowledged that UFOs were real. It didn't say what they were. It gave a number of possible explanations for what they could be. But what everyone was interested was this sort of almost ignored by the report bucket of sightings, which were the ones that we've been talking about. Things in the sky that were doing such strange maneuvers that they could not possibly have been done by anything terrestrial. So that then evolved into a hearing last year, in May last year, which was the first public hearing, and we're now moving to a second public hearing. And there is in the background this question about ARROW, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. I may have got that slightly wrong, but it is the body within the Pentagon that has been set aside to investigate all of this stuff as a sort of central clearinghouse within the military community for all of these strange sightings. I think that we are going to find next week a great deal of frustration on the part of the politicians that the Pentagon and the military intelligence community are not pulling their fingers out to move anything like as fast as they should be, or at least as Congress would like it to be addressing the issue at hand, which is, what are these things? Are they a threat? What possible explanations could there be for them? And are they something or things that could not possibly have been constructed by any nation on Earth, and which instead may have come from somewhere else? So what there has been a lot of foot dragging by the military-industrial complex, and I think that politicians, anyone who watched the last show almost a year ago will remember that the display that was put on by the two senior intelligence officials who were sort of called in to do a show and tell to the the committee that they spoke to. I mean, it was painful to watch, really. It was sham-like. They both fumbled over the facts. They were pulled up politely by the committee members and asked to explain what they meant. And there was a film of an object that was, laughable, really, in what it showed. We all know, at least those of us who speak to people behind the scenes know, that there are many more high-resolution, faithful images of unidentified flying objects that they could have shown to the committee members in Congress, which they didn't. But all of that led to a kind of bubbling frustration in Congress, and on a bipartisan level. This is not a partisan issue. This is, both sides of both houses are saying, we want to know what is in America's skies. And I think it's only been exacerbated since the shoot down of the Chinese balloon in late January, early February, and then the other three objects, which still remain sort of unresolved, unacknowledged, and buried in terms of what was actually seen. I think the sensor imagery and sensor data is still classified, and my betting is it will remain so. So all of this, there is this bubbling frustration amongst politicians that they are not being given the facts as they are asking for them. And whilst in decades gone by, people have gone, well, that's fine, because this is a taboo subject anyway, and it's okay if it gets brushed under the carpet, in part because counterintelligence has done a really good job of making it look, or back in the day, making it look like a subject that only cranks and loons would get involved in. And politicians are now saying, thus far and no further. We've had enough. We want to know the truth. Now, the question then becomes, do the guys who get pulled up as witnesses, are they going to call time and go, okay, it's a fair cop, we'll tell you everything we know? Are they going to say nothing? Or may they go for a sort of partial disclosure, which is to partially lift the veil of secrecy, say, yeah, you know what? These are real things. They are phenomena we don't understand. They are also, we think it's unlikely that all of them come from this neighborhood, this planet. Maybe they might even go so far as to say this space-time. So I think anything and everything is up for grabs next week. I'll be as interested as the next person to see what is said. And I'll be particularly interested to see how the witnesses handle it, because there has been, over the last year, I'd say, perhaps a little bit less, 9 months, a real walk-back campaign by the Pentagon, the military intelligence community, and even by ARROW itself, this office set up inside the Pentagon to study the phenomena or the phenomenon, and again, Congress is saying, we have asked for funding for ARROW. We have asked that it should be the central clearing house for this phenomenon, and yet it appears as if each branch of the armed forces and the intelligence community are continuing to do their own analysis behind closed doors and not feeding that data into ARROW, which is what they should be doing. So, yeah, all of that by way of saying it's going to be a very interesting show next week in Congress on Capitol Hill.
Oh, nice answer, Nick. Appreciate it. What do you think about this arrow, for example? Say if the House of Lords or the House of Commons were to talk on this and make it an official program also in the UK? Like, what do you think about that?
Well, here am I, mainly a Brit, a quarter American, saying, there's foot dragging going on in the US. Well, what you guys are doing over there is infinitesimally more than what we are doing here. I mean, it is as if everything that you've been going through in the last 5 years has sailed this country by. There are, I'm tempted to say, no questions in Parliament or the House of Lords or wherever about this subject, which is, to my mind, is incredible, given the way that you have opened up the debate over there. And there should be. Do I think that it's being ignored over here? No, I don't. I'm absolutely convinced that behind the scenes, people within MI5, MI6, the Ministry of Defence, and any other body with an intelligence remit is going to be fascinated by what is happening over there. And let's not forget that this stuff does have a defense implication. For anyone who has not read UFOs and Nukes by Robert Hastings, so all of this, there is this bubbling frustration amongst politicians that they are not being given the facts as they are asking for them. And whilst in decades gone by, people have gone, well, that's fine, because this is a taboo subject anyway. And, it's okay if it gets brushed under the carpet, in part because counterintelligence has done a really good job of making it look, or, back in the...
I'll be right back.
Day, making it look like a subject that only cranks and loons would get involved in, and politicians are now saying, thus far and no further. We've had enough. We want to know the truth. Now, the question then becomes, do the guys who get pulled up as witnesses Are they going to call time and go, okay, it's a fair cop, we'll tell you everything we know? Are they going to say nothing? Or may they go for a sort of partial disclosure, which is to partially lift the veil of secrecy, say, yeah, you know what? These are real things. They are phenomena we don't understand. They are also, we think it's unlikely that all of them come from this neighborhood, this planet. Maybe they might even go so far as to say this space-time. So I think anything and everything is up for grabs next week. I'll be as interested as the next person to see what is said. And I'll be particularly interested to see how the witnesses handle it, because there has been, over the last year, I'd say, perhaps a little bit less, 9 months, a real walkback campaign by the Pentagon, the military intelligence community, and even by ARROW itself, this office set up inside the Pentagon to study the phenomena or the phenomenon, and again, you know, Congress is saying, you know, we have asked for funding for ARROW. We have asked that it should be the central clearing house for this phenomenon, and yet it appears as if each branch of the armed forces and the intelligence community are continuing to do their own analysis behind closed doors and not feeding that data into ARROW, which is what they should be doing. So, yeah, all of that by way of saying it's going to be a very interesting show next week in Congress on Capitol Hill.
Oh, nice answer, Nick. Appreciate it.
Hey Siri, where you at?
What do you think about this ARROW, for example? Say if the House of Lords or the House of Commons were to talk on this and make it an official program also in the UK. Like, what do you think about that?
Well, you know, here am I, mainly a Brit, a quarter American, saying, you know, there's foot dragging going on in the US. Well, what you guys are doing over there is infinitesimally more than what we are doing here. I mean, it is as if everything that you've been going through in the last 5 years has sailed this country by. There are, I'm tempted to say, no questions in Parliament or the House of Lords or wherever about this subject, which is, to my mind, is incredible.
Hey Siri. Fuck. Hey Siri. Hey Siri, where are you?
phone go? Oh yeah, I'm using my phone to record. I forgot. Forgot I was recording the audio. Cool. There we go. All right. That was smart to look on the stream to find that. That was smart. Okay.
That's it. That's it. End of story. End gut.
All right. I found my phone.
So that's the simulation when we get caught up in these matrices, if you will.
Given the way that you have opened up the debate over there, and there should be. Do I think that it's being ignored over here? No, I don't. I'm absolutely convinced that behind the scenes, people within MI5, MI6, the Ministry of Defense, and any other body with an intelligence remit is going to be fascinated by what is happening over there. And let's not forget that this stuff does have a defense implication. For anyone who has not read UFOs and Nukes by Robert Hastings, I urge them to do so. It is the most phenomenal compendium of UFO/UAP sightings over nuclear installations and around nuclear weapon sites, and over history. I mean, over decades. I mean, since the explosion of the first atomic bomb in 1945. And the interest, or perhaps that's not the right word, but the apparent interest that UFOs, UAP display when it comes to these sites, whether they are nuclear power plants or nuclear weapons storage installations or ships and other platforms that carry nuclear weapons, is manifest. It is, it's undeniable. And Robert Hastings has assembled this, fantastic collection of evidence. And so it's not as if there is no defense implication in all of this. There is. Are these things hostile? Well, we don't know. Should we be studying them? Absolutely, we should, because they are showing, or appear to be showing, a great deal of interest in us. So other countries too. I mean, NATO countries, Five Eyes countries. Five Eyes are US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Those other countries, apart from, actually Canada has a pretty strong interest in the whole UAP subject, but us, the Australians and the New Zealanders, are appearing to show a marked disinterest in the subject. But as I say, I think behind the scenes that is not happening, and they are as interested as the next person is.
Perhaps it's because of the reverse engineered programs being so in abundance, because there's so many different shaped craft. In your book, you went in on the Bell, the anti-gravity craft. That was the advanced German technology, the Nazi technology. And they were seen allegedly in all parts of the planet, including Antarctica. And I'm just wondering on how many different craft do you think that there are, and how many of those are actually focused around the 0-point energy G engine technology?
If I could reframe that question slightly, which is
Absolutely.
to go, I think we have to question, as I said earlier, whether the variety of forms that people see are truly all nuts and bolts craft. If we are dealing with some aspect of consciousness or some aspect of manipulated space-time, which is in some way shifting and altering our reality, or at least how we perceive reality, then there would be any number of manifestations of things that people see in the sky. And, one of the things I have a great deal of trouble with, and this is as a former analyst of military technologies, particularly aerospace technology, I can't get my head around why, if these things are all coming from other planets, or even if they're being secretly developed here on Earth under some, top secret anti-gravity program, why are we seeing such a proliferation of different craft types, and why also do we see them with such regularity? And one of the real showstoppers for me about whether this was top secret terrestrial technology, which is what I wanted to believe, by the way, when I set out to write The Hunt for 0 Point, because that was my background. It was to look at secret nuts and bolts military tech. One of the things that couldn't allow me to come to that conclusion was because in following the data of those early top secret sightings in the 1980s around the stealth program, which I was talking about earlier. The problem with that is that you wouldn't, or no one in their right mind would test that technology over a population center. But that's what plenty of people say they see over cities, as they see UFOs and UAP over cities. So that makes no sense from a secret government testing point of view. It simply doesn't. So the other question then about, so why do we get that proliferation of types, and why do we get them so frequently? I really think boils down to that question about
opinions. And I've noticed
if we begin to perceive our reality as not the hard, solid material world that we think of it as, but as something much more malleable and manipulatable than we customarily think of it as, or for that matter, actually, as mainstream science thinks of it as, then you can begin to formulate other ideas. For example, if reality is a screen on which we project our our innermost conscious collective thoughts. I mean, think Carl Jung here, who talked about the collective unconscious of humanity as a sort of soup in which we humans, exchange psychic ideas, psychic symbols, psychic notions, and we project them onto this reality screen. Then suddenly there are all kinds of non-physical possibilities for what UFOs can be. Now, in amongst all of that, I think we have to view this as a spectrum of possibilities. And at one end of the spectrum, there is going to be some top secret, man-made craft that we have no knowledge of yet in the white world. Then there will also be, I have no doubt, some extraterrestrial vehicles, some technology that has allowed alien entities to travel here from distant star systems, who occasionally turn up. But the vast majority of sightings could be something quite else, something that is so alien, strange to our way of thinking, that we can't really begin to conceive at this point in time what they could be. But I think since we are now, everyone seems to be saying there is no question but that we are dealing with a phenomenon. The mere fact that we have had in the last few years, one open hearing in Congress about this, and next week we're going to have another, is admission in itself that this is a real phenomenon that no one can duck and ignore anymore. So once we've got past that, we have to start to look at this plethora of different explanations for what it could be. And, let's hope that mainstream science jumps on board, because, I was trained as an investigative journalist. I was trained to rule nothing out, nothing in, until all the facts had been assembled and the data had been scrutinized and analyzed. That doesn't seem to be always how mainstream science operates. There are whole areas that it will refuse to acknowledge or even look at, because it is, quotes, strange, or it is, anomalous, and because some of it, particularly around the psychic domain, shows a marked reluctance to be repeatable in experimental laboratory tests, that is a big no-no for science. If it's not repeatable, it can't be a real thing. So it just discounts it. And I think it discounts it because, of course, it taps into whole scientific reputations, whole departmental reputations. And it also taps into that, most fundamental thing of all, which is funding, which, if you stand up and you talk about this stuff and you're not cleared to do so, and it is taboo, then someone somewhere will turn around and go, you know what, we're going to cut your funding because we think you've lost the plot. And that is so wrong in this day and age. And I'm, hats off to the members of Congress who have opened this up, because as with any taboo, once you start talking about it, and initially you start talking around it, and then you start talking about it, bit by bit that taboo falls away.
So
I think we will be getting very rapidly to a point where all of this stuff is going to be on the table. And I'm looking forward to that day, because it is so mysterious in the main part that we need everyone, whether they are the military, whether they are the civilian scientific community, everyone, to be looking at this and trying to figure out what it is.
Wow. Thank you, Nick. I was wondering, has anybody ever, like, what haven't you been asked yet? Like, what is it, something that, you've never really spoken about before, something that, you think, you think would be, something that basically nobody's ever asked you before? Like, what is it? Is there anything that you want to talk about that you have never done so, or put in a book, or said on any other like show you've done?
Well, I'll tell you what. It's a good question, and I'll tell you what comes to mind is so when that New York Times story came out in 2017. I thought, how do I dive back into this in a way that is meaningful for me? Because, I'd read a lot of literature, and there are, many authors who have investigated and written about UFO phenomena that I admire. One of them is Jacques Vallée, whose books, really opened up that whole question of that sort of interface between the hard nuts and bolts aspect of UFOs and the psychic aspect to them as well, all linked through this mysterious domain of consciousness. So I thought, if I'm going to sort of meaningfully dive back into this and investigate it, or at least, engage in it, this is after, as I said earlier, this massive gap. When was 2017? So, sort of 15-year gap of not looking at it at all. I thought, I've got to approach this from the other direction. I've looked at it already from the nuts and bolts direction, and that really came from the Hunt for Zero. It resulted in the Hunt for Zero Point, the book. But I've got to come at it from an altogether different direction. So I need to understand, or at least get myself up to speed on consciousness. In 2014, my wife had this really sort of, for me, it was a sort of paradigm shifting experience. And I didn't experience it, she did, when her mother died. And I was in the room when it happened. And at the precise moment her mother died, my wife, who was holding her mum's hand, experienced this thing that typically people who experience a near-death experience or an out-of-body experience talk about, where they're in an alternate reality where time sort of seems to stretch infinitely, everything is connected, there is this sort of substrate that is filled with what they call love, that is, perhaps symptomatic of everything being known and connected. Anyway, that's the experience she had. And I was so perplexed by this. And of course, we've been married a long time, so I know her very well. She doesn't make things up. I researched it, and I found out that it was something called a shared death experience. And lots of people talk about that. There are books you can read on it. But being annoyingly curious, I had to go off and research this some more. And I did, and that got me into the whole sort of domain of consciousness. And because I wasn't professionally involved in that side of things, the only thing I could do, and I felt a need to discharge it, was I wrote about it in fiction form. So I wrote a thriller called The Grid, which came out at the end of 2019. And that really sort of, for me, tackled this whole subject of consciousness head on, but in a fictional form. I have to say that,
and
I think
also
much of the content of the book is based on what may really be happening out there in the real world of dark secrets. But
I don't do that.
but
until
after
people
that
feel
book
like
came out, I
comfortable
still
admitting that,
sort of
so I
wasn't
can really
satisfied. The itch hadn't gone
I
away. I
want
still had to.
Now, if I get disrespected, then that's a different thing. I'm gonna let you know. I got a slick
right.
tongue.
So about that, yeah. So like our spaces, a lot of us here, we know each other. We've been hanging out for quite a while. We try our best not to interrupt people and let them finish their thoughts.
Yeah, from a starseed perspective, I see everything as energy and all these different fractions just being people's interpretations of ultimately the same thing. So I really have like, no attachments like, oh, you have to believe the way of the starseed. It's humanity's experience, all is consciousness, all is one. So it's really like nothing to be upset about. It's just the way they process things, and I just accept that.
True, and it's cool to talk about your beliefs and religion and stuff like that. But to be respectful of other people's beliefs or religions or lack thereof, don't push it on people, and don't preach. It's one thing to discuss, but don't get all preachy with it.
Yeah, and everything is like, to me, I have the belief that anything that grew, like the governor was saying that there's 3 witnesses, it becomes the truth. Like, if enough people put a power towards a belief, they create, somewhere this being, this dimension. And I believe, like, gods need this worshiping or whatever to have power because, if you're giving it your power of consciousness, almost like AI. But yeah, it's not something that you have to force into one box and that's it, because the universe is very large. There's many truths.
Okay, so I would just ask this, like when it comes to the Bible, I would just ask any, somebody who would teach contrary to what I would teach. I don't want to, disrespect nobody with terminology, so I would just say it like that. Well, atheist is not a disrespectful terminology on this side, right? So you could just say the atheist, because that's what he holds to. Would you teach that you could eat anything out the Bible? Because I know members of Christianity teach that. You know what I'm saying? And that's not true, because we can go into the Bible right now and you're not going to be able to find me no scripture that show you can't eat abominable foods. That's just not in there. So we can't lie to each other while we just reading. If we all know how to read slow and retain information, we can just see what's true as it pertains to what's in the Bible. That's my position.
I think for me, I think those were all great answers, but I'll just wrap up my thought real quick. It's multiple truths. So, Governor, from your perspective, what's in the Bible, that's your truth. And there's a whole bunch of people that agree with that truth. Heather, if you're an atheist, I don't want to put you in a category. It says it in your profile. There's an atheist truth that's secular, that doesn't require any of that. That's a different reality. The woman, there's a starseed truth. And I agree with you. You get people together, you start to create these things, even if they didn't exist before. So historically, those truths, when they clash, it's resulted in violence and death, right? And so I think you guys are hitting the nail on the head around, we just have to give each other some consideration, accept that not everyone sees things the same way, and at some point find the combined reality that allows us all to continue to exist.
I think that was perfect.
I understand that. You got it, Connor. Go ahead. You a host.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I think that was perfectly said. We all have different beliefs. I think the big problem is what Heather touched on, is just people trying to push their beliefs on other people, and let everyone believe what they want to believe. And
that's facts.
Yeah,
I want y'all to know I'm not never here. And when I visit spaces and social media, it's never to push nothing onto somebody else. I do, however, love to have conversations as it pertains to other walks of life. Just because the audience may, despite the person I'm talking to may disagree, anybody in the audience can just learn from these two positions. They may have been somebody who didn't believe in anything at all, but might have picked up a new discipline in their walk of life to empower themselves. You know what I mean? Or to do whatever they wanted to do with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, like, we have to have intellectual conversation where somebody can express their walk of life or whatever the topic is at hand with the contrary position, so people can just take notes and learn. That's what my position would be.
Great conversation. I got to dip out, but love y'all. This was fun.
Peace out, brother.
Yeah, good to see you, Quad.
Jinx to Kyle. We hit that 100 at the same time.
I love that quad. What a hell of a man. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Hey, I definitely like. If anybody ever wanted to present any, I'm definitely down to take questions. I want to let y'all know it's cool if anybody ever wanted to ask. But I want to start building more of a reputation around the spaces. So this is my first time actually on the. I don't know if they do party hats on here like Clubhouse, but this is actually my first space that I was in. So you know what I mean. I've just been dancing around the halls, but this is the only thing close to even a conversation that can even entertain the Bible that I done found in the hallway, if it's called a hallway. Y'all gonna hear a lot of Clubhouse terminologies from me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of crypto on Twitter. Everyone's pumping NFTs.
I'm a little slow, brother. What's an NFT?
Yeah, it's non-fungible token. Also, yeah, my mic button is kind of being glitchy, so like I'll hit the mic button and it won't like unmute me for like 10-15 seconds. So sorry if you hear like a lot of dead air. But also, yeah, Clubhouse is way better than Spaces, just in terms of like technology wise, right? Like it's way smoother. It's a much better app. Like the way they do it is so much better. But yeah, I guess Twitter Spaces will come along at some point and be
If
good.
anybody has a Clubhouse, go ahead and remember my name. Just type in Governor. That's me.
Yeah, I mean, I tried getting people over to Clubhouse at some point, but I realized that was just futile because I mean, the whole reason people are in Spaces at all is just because of the convenience, right? They're on Twitter already. They're just like, oh, I'll click on this space and do my Twitter thing at the same time or whatever they're doing. But to go to Clubhouse is
Logan,
like
you
an
probably
entire.
got 1 million followers. You got a blue check, bro. That's Twitter, right?
No, the blue check mark thing is only
Are you a
$8.
person with blue check? Is that how this works right now? We
It,
talking
it
to
just
blue
it's just
checks?
$8. That's all.
Oh, you can just pay for a blue check. See, I'm old, bro. I'm not. I'm gonna use this term loosely. Like, I'm not no internet type of brother who just really like care about the social media. I mean, I got Instagram, but Instagram not really. I don't even use that, but to take pictures of the farm and promote the farm. You know what I mean? So I don't like social media for real. But talking to people is beautiful because it's. I mean, shit. I'm a late night person. I can talk all day. Like if I need to just, you know what I'm saying. I don't mind going into spaces sharing information. You get bored on the farm, I'm gonna just let you know in the middle of nowhere.
I believe
I
that.
have no real people to talk to. People, ladies and gentlemen, understand where I'm coming from.
That's everybody here.
So for Clubhouse, does it have editing tools on it for recorded spaces or whatever they call them there?
Yep.
Yeah, Clubhouse is lit.
I forgot to write about that.
No
I'm
offense
gonna be
to
honest with you. That's where all the scoffers at for the Hebrew Israelites. You would go into Clubhouse, you would be amazed at how much of a what's a nice way to say this? Like how much of a I don't want to say following. That's normal. Like I'm talking about like what's a way to say somebody follow you, but they follow you for negativity? What's that? Paparazzi.
I don't know.
Sounds just like a fucking creeper. Just sounds like a creeper.
They just like stalkers.
One
bro.
of those.
They make titles.
Yeah.
Our names is in the titles every day. Like Hebrew Israelites, this Black Hebrew Israel. That's why I kind of check that shit off the dribble because that shit rude. Like we don't like that. You know what I'm saying? But they love putting it up there anyway. Black. Then we got it because they know that we gonna come in and tell them why they gotta take it down. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to make points. And then all of the people, when we come into your room, 300 people coming into your room. You know what I mean? It's not just one person come in. Like, we kind of stick together. That's how I move around on that app. So if you get, 2 prominent Hebrew Israelites in there, then everybody else coming in there right now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they treat us on that side of the app. It's just like a lot of scoffing. They like to just do shit like that, and they get old. That's why I came over here. I wanted to see what they was talking about over here. So far, I done learned I just left one of the rooms with my own people. Those brothers was real emotional.
No, hold on. The woman, don't leave the woman. You can stay, hang out. It's all good. It's been nice having you, Governor. I appreciate you sharing some of your wisdom. We love you. We just gotta block and remove you right now, though. Sorry about that. No offense.
Why did you do that?
Just because he's an annoying motherfucker.
Oh, yep.
No offense, though.
You're fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy what happens on Spaces, that's for sure.
Whoa. Man, you just can't talk about consciousness, can you?
Tell me about it.
Yeah, is there a way of talking about it without bringing up the Bible a million times?
Yeah. Sorry, David.
Good. Carry on.
Yeah, David, you fucker. You pussy.
Oh, bring it. I'll get the Bible out. No, I'm kidding.
I'll grab my Bible and smack you with it.
I mean, it just shouldn't be such a focus. I mean, I think the focus should just be higher consciousness. It's like, why tie you down to a set of rules? You know what I mean? Like, the universe is constantly changing. The world is constantly changing. Why are we listening to things that are like, stagnant?
Right? There's like a million other books I focus on this work.
Yep. So what should we talk about? I mean, there's so many things I want to talk about. I just don't know where to start. Somebody else want to say something?
I was planning on going to sleep.
You going to sleep, Heaven?
Freaking 422. 423, missed it.
Damn it.
It's 6:23 here.
Oh, wait, I thought it was 422 again. You meant like it's... Yeah.
What do you guys know about quantum leaping?
Nothing.
No one else?
I know it's a show.
Well, no, like quantum leaping as like, changing dimensions.
Anybody?
Yeah, Doctor Strange did that. The Scarlet Witch did it. I'm sorry, that's really all I know about it is in like Marvel terms.
I feel like if you are dreaming and then you go to sleep in your dream, you wake up in another universe and it's you, but it's not you really. It's kind of like another planet, kind of. Seems like you know what's going on though, kind of. It's weird. It's definitely odd. It's like you have this solution but you forget it kind of when you come back. I don't know.
I definitely feel that's like a simulation that you have to kind of forget the strangeness of it to be able to kind of mentally survive. And a lot of people do that with phenomenon they see.
Well, I think it's like you won't be able to come back to your body if you stay too long, probably.
Yeah, I've heard different things. Like, I used to read about it on Reddit. There's like a whole subreddit for it. But there's things like stories of people who wake up and all of a sudden they'll have like a wife and kids and all of that, and they'll live like months to years in this alternate dimension and go back to sleep and wake it back up in the original one. And they like call it quantum leaping. And then there's also been like instances of people talking about like rips in the time fabric kind of thing, where like this one guy went underneath his sink and could keep on going. When he came back out, he was like in the future by like 15 years or something, and he met the older version of him and everything.
That was such a bullshit story. That was totally debunked.
Yeah, but there's been other ones in history from like the 1800s and stuff. It's not like the only one. That was just like the most popular one back in the day.
I love that story though.
Yeah, I guess I really know anything about it from like shows and movies. Probably my favorite rip rip in the universe, in the fabric of the universe, probably beyond like supernatural, like visually wise. It was really appealing, and the fact that they could like physically just like cross through this rip in fabric, in the fabric of time and space, and go into this other dimension, like Archangel Michael, like evil or something.
I definitely feel like all the things that I've done in there, one of the things I'd really advise of not doing. Because I usually don't feel fear, but there's a certain fear that you feel when you realize that you're having a hard time getting back to yourself. I think that's one of the creepiest things about, that's why people go insane, I think, honestly, and lose their mind. It's honestly a thin veil between the two.
I mean, people talk about it too when they're tripping and stuff, or take psychedelics, or just, really random near-death experiences where they say they live entire lives from beginning to end and die. You can kind of see that as like, quantum leaping to a different dimension.
I did that.
So yeah, that's quantum leaping.
I did that in high school.
I don't think I've ever experienced that.
Yeah, it's a pretty hardcore experience for some people, and usually later in life they really turn away from all of it because they're feeling like they lose a grip of reality, because having to adjust, like, okay, that was who I was and now I'm someone else. It can be pretty tough for people, but yeah, the universe is a strange place and dimensions bleed through to each other all the time.
I mean, it didn't last long, the whole experience for me. Like, when you go to like camp and you have this like really intense experience, and you're like, man, I'm gonna carry this feeling with me forever. But then like a couple weeks go by and you're like completely forgot about it already. That's kind of like what that experience was like for me. It kind of was intense for me at first, but then I kind of just forgot about it, and now I barely remember it.
Yeah, it's a coping mechanism of the brain. I think I've had experience like that as a kid, and I always fought back against that forgetting, because I always it was like this paranoia of like they're trying to make me forget that I saw that.
Well, I feel like people are hilarious in there. Like, they get all pissed off when I feel like they're fucking, on some level, some sort of like ethereal vampires. And they're sitting there trying to fuck with you in your dreams, trying to see like what kind of shit they can disturb and get you to produce energy. It's weird, definitely. Dreams are trippy as fuck.
People say the same thing about like ghosts. They say that's how they survive without crossing over, is feeding off people's energy through scaring them and stuff.
Yeah, there's something to be said about like they do feed on sick situations, like ghosts are around where people aren't healthy or things aren't going right. They tend to attract to drug addiction. I find like I grew up around lots of drugs and stuff like that, and there's a lot of paranormal. Maybe that's just a coincidence.
Well, it's because of your etheric field. When you're like dying or sick or you're druggy, you have a bunch of holes, and that's where they can get in to possess your body or suck out your energy. So that's probably why you see that.
I drank a whole bottle of whiskey and threw up.
Yeah, I've watched other paranormal shows, and it seems to be attracted to just people that aren't, when you're not doing good for some reason. They can like the hitchhiker effect on you.
It's the same thing in the astral realm. If you go without like learning about energetic protection or your own energy, it's more easier for you to be terrorized or drained or have bad experiences, and it's Yeah, that's why I always tell everyone to learn about your etheric field and what it is and how to protect it, because it's not even like a religious thing. It's a natural thing.
Dive into this deeper. And I then, through a series, meaningfully dive back into this and investigate it, or at least, engage in it. This is after, as I said earlier, this massive gap. When was 2017? So, sort of 15-year gap of not looking at it at all. I thought I've got to approach this from the other direction. I've looked at it already from the nuts and bolts direction, and that really came from the Hunt for Zero. It resulted in the Hunt for Zero Point book. But I've got to come at it from an altogether different direction. So I need to understand, or at least get myself up to speed on consciousness. In 2014, my wife had this really for me, it was a sort of paradigm shifting experience. And I didn't experience it, she did, when her mother died. And I was in the room when it happened. And at the precise moment her mother died, my wife, who was holding her mum's hand, experienced this thing that typically people who experience a near-death experience or an out-of-body experience talk about, where they're in an alternate reality where time sort of seems to stretch infinitely, everything is connected, there is this sort of substrate that is filled with what they call love, that is, perhaps symptomatic of everything being known and connected. Anyway, that's the experience she had. And I was so perplexed by this. And of course, we've been married a long time, so I know her very well. She doesn't make things up. I researched it, and I found out that it was something called a shared death experience. And lots of people talk about that. There are books you can read on it. But being annoyingly curious, I had to go off and research this some more. And I did. And that got me into the whole sort of domain of consciousness. And because I wasn't professionally involved in that side of things, the only thing I could do, and I felt a need to discharge it, was I wrote about it in fiction form. So I wrote a thriller called The Grid, which came out at the end of 2019. And that really sort of, for me, tackled this whole subject of consciousness head on, but in a fictional form. I have to say, though, that I think that much of the content of the book is based on what may really be happening out there in the real world of dark secrets. But after that book came out, I still sort of wasn't satisfied. The itch hadn't gone away. I still had to dive into this deeper. And I then, through a series of extraordinary connections, I got funded by a philanthropist to go away and study consciousness. And so within the space of about a year and a half or 2 years, I'd sort of done the equivalent of a degree course, or maybe a PhD in consciousness studies. And I then thought, well, now what do I do with this new knowledge that I have?
Politicians have lied to you. These are controlled vehicles made in America by the US government. Guys, it's the truth with JJ. Recently there's been quite a lot of stuff on Twitter about Lou Elizondo, UAPs and UFOs. What you need to understand is that the government is lying to you. When was the last time the US government told you the truth? They never told you the truth about Iraq. They never told you the truth about Vietnam. They lied to you about JFK. Every single time the CIA has lied to you, the Pentagon has lied to you, the American politicians have lied to you. These are controlled vehicles made in America by the US government. These are not from another planet. The only reason the US government is telling you about these things is because they're in control of them. If they weren't in control, they would not be telling you about them. Lou Elizondo, a former intelligence guys, it's the truth with JJ. Recently, there's been quite a lot of stuff on Twitter about Lou Elizondo, UAPs and UFOs. What you need to understand is that the government is lying to you. When was the last time the US government told you the truth? They never told you the truth about Iraq. They never told you the truth about Vietnam. They lied to you about JFK. Every single time the CIA has lied to you, the Pentagon has lied to you, the American politicians have lied to you. These are controlled vehicles made in America by the US government. These are not from another planet. The only reason the US government is telling you about these things is because they're in control of them. If they weren't in control, they would not be telling you about them.
are connected. Retired Sheriff Lee Gerardo of Los Alamos County, Colorado, is also convinced that UFOs and mutilations are connected.
A few years back, one rancher called me and said, you got to get out here, Sheriff. One of my steers is mutilated. And then 15, 20 minutes later, a bright orange light came up, about the size of a beach ball. He came up off the ground, then he split in two. What it got me was they were the same size after they split. The one ball just went flying north. He just took off and he was gone in just a few seconds.
Did it make any type of sound?
Not even a humming sound. And I still think to this day, and it'd take a lot to convince me otherwise, it wasn't from this planet.
Retired Sheriff Lee Gerardo of Los Alamos.
Help! 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 Hey! Help! Help! The fuck help! I'm gonna help you, bro. You're gonna put my fucking help, honey! Hey, help! 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 Hey!
Jesus. What the fuck was that?
Барабанная дробь? Это был вызов, ё-моё. Ты жив? Точно? Ебать! Несёт в скорую. Сука! Барабанная дробь? Это был вызов, ё-моё. Ты жив?
Damn, dude.
Situation. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh my god. Oh, damn. That looked rough. Holy shit. Oh, dude, that's awesome. What the fuck?
In today's edition of I'm a Dumbass.
Oh!
In today's edition of I'm a Dumbass.
Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? Oh no, no. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Se petrolina, velho. O cachorro pilotando a moto. Que onda do caralho, velho. Mas isso só acontece em Petrolina, velho. O cachorro pilotando a moto. Que onda do caralho, velho. Mas isso só acontece em Petrolina, velho. O cachorro pilotando a moto. Que onda do caralho, velho.
shit. Holy shit. That was awesome. Just do.
Jij los?
Oh, dude, I was still recording. Jesus. Oh, yeah, maybe I should use OBS on my second monitor up here. There we go. Alright, so what is there to do? This is a really cool case right here. I feel bad for this guy. It sucks. He literally got hit by a fucking beam weapon from 2 small aliens.
About. I want to talk about, and this is probably 10, 12 years ago. And so, yeah, there is, but I don't know.
Because like
About. I want to talk about initially the history of UFO sightings, events, crashes, whatever.
I mean, I did some deep dive into Brazil. I mean, it appears to me that Brazil, in many ways, mirrors what we've been told, without any kind of specific evidence of some of the events that have happened in the United States, that Brazil has been having very similar events with, but even more dramatic in some ways and more prevalent in these villages. Just kind of bring us through the history initially. Let's kind of warm up with that, and then we'll go into the moment of contact.
Yeah, let me give you the background on this. I've heard y'all talking about what I did or what I didn't do, but the incident happened in 1996, and I was working for Dr. Putoff in the 90s, and there was another group called the Advanced Working Group that went down there. We got down there and yeah, let me give you the background on this. I've heard y'all talking about what I did or what I didn't do, but the incident happened in 1996, and I was working for Dr. Putoff in the 90s, and there was another group called the Advanced Working Group that went down there. We got down there in the summer of 1998. And now, give you a little background on Brazilian intelligence. Before 2000, Brazil had a pretty corrupt intelligence unit or a system, and we were dealing with the old intelligence unit. Now today it's different. Same way with the military. Back in those days, the military was controlled by the military. Today it's controlled by a civilian entity, kind of like ours is. So we went down there and to investigate this incident. And what we found out was in February of 96, the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, OSI support activity out of Brasilia, Brazil, sent a team to Virginia to assist the Brazilian military personnel in the investigation of this incident. I know about that. I know about the dealings with the military and the intelligence unit. I was also down there this year in April because there's another movie being made by the Germans out of the same subject matter. Now, I watched, of course, James Fox's film. It was a fantastic film. I'm not going to deny anything that he says in there, but if you can remember him mentioning that the United States Air Force was down there. And so I know some information about that. So let the questions go from there.
Go ahead, Nora.
Thank you. Yeah, in your opinion, what do you think is the purpose of government agencies providing UFO disinformation or trying to spin certain mythology narratives around the UFO phenomenon?
I mean, regarding this incident? Or in general?
Either one is fine.
Well, I don't know that there was any disinformation spread about the incident in January 1996 in Brazil. I don't know anything about that. As far as the general nature of disinformation, the government doesn't call it disinformation. It's deception. And there's reasons for it. I mean, there's reasons to protect vital interests that the government has, and that's why they do it. But they don't disinform on every single case that they're on. It's just it depends on the subject matter, the incident, where it happened, what the UFO was. Was it one of ours? Was it one of theirs? Was there a threat or danger to national security? There's a lot of factors built into the decision to use deception operations.
Thank you.
I did an interview with Rick Doty too. Like a couple weeks ago. And we keep having him on Thomas Fessler. We have him in Thomas Fessler on Google Meetings.
Go ahead, Chase.
Yeah, I just want. I guess my question would be, what would have happened to those beings after they were carted off? Do you know possibly where they would have been taken, or what would even be done if like one of the beings was alive?
Okay, here's what I have to go back a little bit and then jump forward a little bit. We know, and we have to thank the late Wendell Stevens and Robert Dean. We know the OSI agents, two of them, that were involved in an investigation of this incident, and we also know the report.
Yep.
You never know.
Well, no.
But here, well, she's running around outside.
Well, to give a different perspective, what if it's something you're contacting, you're saying, hey, send me a signal, and they're like, okay, here you go. And you're actually connecting to that ET consciousness.
About. I want to talk about initially the history of UFO.
Where the proximate location it's going to crash connection. They were down there. We know that. And Robert Dean had documents there at the 2007 convention that showed the aircraft and the aircraft number, the United States Air Force aircraft, a C-141, which is a cargo plane that flew out of Andrews Air Force Base to Santos Air Force Base in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with that DART team on it. So I would say, to answer your questions, the Brazilian government wasn't capable of handling such a case, and there's a lot of other reasons why. Number one, we know, the United States government knows, the crash recovery team people know, that some ETs, when their body decays, gives off a toxic, hazardous material, which can be harmful to humans. And we know how to neutralize that. I mean, I don't know how to, but I mean, our government knows how to do it. And so I think that was another case because in James's movie show, which I think they mentioned that 3 people might have died. But I think when we were down there in April, I think the number's more like 6 or 7 that suffered either instant death or death within a short time period after exposure to the ET, or sometime later, months later.
Yeah, I think in the movie they say the guy that wrangled the ET with the net, and then sat him down on the ground or whatever, got scratched on his shoulder. Like 2-3 weeks later, just succumbed to whatever illness he got from that creature.
Right.
What's up, Ken?
Oh, sorry, my speaker wouldn't work.
Mr. Doty, I know you can't speak specifically, but would you have an opinion as to whether or not there appears to be a global network of, for want of a better word, people that are involved in making sure that when there's an event, that there's a recovery and there's a team available there, no matter where the country is or what's happening? Do you think there would be a global network of like-minded individuals who look after that?
Yeah, one of the duties of the intelligence service is to have connections with foreign governments, and the CIA does that, the DIA does that, and in these cases in particular, there's contacts either through the State Department or the intelligence network within a country. If a crash occurred, somebody within our embassy would be notified, and then the call-outs would happen, so to speak, where there would be a response force. And of course, it depends on where the incident happened. And just so happens in South America, we had an intelligence unit close by. I think it was like 70 kilometers away. And in other instances, there may not be. It might take more time to get there. But one of the questions I had, having been an OSI agent, I asked the agent that was speaking in 2007, if the incident happened, we think sometime between January 19th and January 21st of 1996, why did it take you a month? Because OSI didn't arrive until February 22nd. Why did it take you a month to get there? And his response was, when he got the call, and he worked in a two-person office in Brazil. So when he got the call, he had to wait for other support personnel to get him down there and get the equipment there. And the only other OSI support activity in South America at that time, the closest one, was in Lima, Peru. So he had to get people from Lima to go with him, and so it took some time to get there. So I can't say that there always there is a network around the world. I can answer that for you, and I know about that network. And but response time might take a month.
Wow. Okay. What do you well, in the movie they say NORAD were the ones that told, I guess, the Brazilian about the UFOs or whatever. And in the movie they have the guy that saw the UFO go crashing down into like this area, like with this hill and like green grass, and like he said within 10 minutes of like the UFO crashing, like the military was already there. Like, how do you think they got there so fast?
Well, the Brazilian military, I don't know. That was one of the questions when we were down there in 1998. There was scientists down there, and myself, and I was interfacing with the intelligence personnel. And again, they were very cooperative, but they, I should say, we had to pay out some money to get information, so to speak. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know why somebody had notified them, and NORAD is worldwide. Back in the 90s, we had satellites, and NORAD had satellites. We also had tracking stations down south in Chile and in southern Argentina. So we could track it depending on where it came in from, deep space, or if it came in on a particular trajectory. NORAD can track anything anywhere in the world, and they probably notified somebody. The defense, I think the system in Brazil is called the Aero Defense System, and they would have notified that particular office of wherever that was at, and that maybe there's something is going to crash, and that would put the military on alert to respond. And another thing NORAD can do is use coordinates and angle of entry into atmosphere and so forth to determine where the approximate location it's going to crash or land. So I'm sure that information was given to the Brazilian military, and that's why it didn't take them very long to get there.
Thanks, Mr. Thomas Whitmore. Thomas Whitmore. Hello.
Yes, I'm trying to get my mic on there. Hello, Richard. I'd like to ask you a question about.
Ding dong, ting tong, bing bong. Bing bong, ting tong. UFO Twitter is only good when we're on it. Well, actually, I don't know about that. I haven't been on UFO Twitter. There actually is quite a bit of good people on there.
information that way, but there's a difference when you read it yourself. Like, it's not just the words, there's an energy behind these words that activate you and give you those downloads and insights that actually help you understand versus just take in information. So everyone should research for themselves and not only listen to podcasts and television and all that. You should read again.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not get crazy with the reading.
Pick up a book. Touch grass. I mean, if you think about it, part of AI's control over us is how much time we spend.
She just mentioned it in passing because she doesn't know. The director of national intelligence, Avril Haines, she received a bachelor's degree in physics. Okay, and I met her in the Washington National, the director of national physics. I met her in the Washington National Cathedral a year and a half ago, and she expressed the possibility that UAP might be extraterrestrial in origin. She just mentioned it in passing because she doesn't intelligence. She expressed the possibility that UAP might be extraterrestrial in origin. She just mentioned it in passing because she doesn't know what some of them are.
Hey, what up, man? It's the other side of this bitch, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what the fuck? Hey, what the fuck is up, bitch?
The fuck bangers got a son in his bitch on the side. It's that fucking 2021 pollution shit. Straight possessed out of the real type shit. DJ Dada, try to holler for Chris Trap shit.
Hey, what up, man? It's the other side of this bitch, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what the fuck? Hey, what the fuck's up, bitch? Bitch.
The fuck bangers got a son in his bitch other side. It's that fucking 2021 hood pollution shit. Straight possessed out another realm type shit. DJ Gutter, trapaholic, Chris, trap shit. Go, 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 go. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Cuff your chick. A motherfucking mixtape king. DJ Gutter. Trapaholics mixtapes. This is trap music, bitch. You bastards. The motherfucking mixtape king. On rap, man. God. Smack. You're tuned in to the industry.
Y'all niggas like 30 steps. Trap, hold on, trap, hold on, trap, hold on.
Coke, dope, crack, smack, weed, E's, and CDs. They got it all for cheap.
Real trap shit.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
Rock with your boys.
Shut the fuck up. Go to sleep. Hopeless bitch. Fuck outside.
Me and I smoke loud. And them bitch on my dick now.
DJ Smokey,
make it fall when I start pulling cars. Always on me, cause I might not see tomorrow. But I can't even stress it, put it in a guard. On the four-way, bitches love it. They love it. Clap, get his back, it get ugly. 3 piece in the biscuit and some bubs. Take your pack, turn 10 in the
Curry Main, 666, brother.
Like your block set up shop, fuck your kind. Fuck your set, no such thing as rewind. No, think I'm playing, I still go blind. LP one number O on the north side. Down on the court with the torch, I ain't never lied. Solo dollar one deep, motherfucker friend. What you mean, come and peep, I be getting it in. 100 down, this
all the lead, the old I'm a mentor. Ain't sure that the new bitch give good dental. Yes, cause these bitches ain't shit.
These bitches ain't shit, and these niggas ain't it. These bitches ain't shit, and these niggas ain't it. These bitches ain't it, and these niggas ain't it. These bitches ain't shit, and these niggas ain't it. Oh, you tryna get rich, bitch, I already did. These bitches ain't shit, and these niggas ain't it. She tryna let me fuck, all I did was blow a kiss. Throw water around the skirt, I cooked the breeze. She all on my dick, so I put her on a lid. Trap rich, run down and empty out the drum. Love the boys, I'm the king of the slums. Little chopper, nigga rhyme with a pump.
These bitches ain't shit. Tell you love you, then they leave it. Go out cheat a bitch like a dirty cheap eater. Hating that pussy, get oh snap. She turned me to a demon. Oh wait, memory deleted. Hold up on the bed and she fuck with all the cocaine. I just stay so icy, man. God bless me with the pizza. Hollering at the moon. Rest in peace to my homie Willis. Yeah, if you know how it's going, you couldn't, you wouldn't believe it. Rest in peace, my homie Levi. Yeah, me fed I'm with each other and get up. Yeah, I knew a person, yeah, I ain't later. Yeah, me and my brothers, we get into the bag, scoring just like lamp. I'm all the Yetis, yeah, so geeked up, I stay up. Play that boy that move, they wanna do it, I'm in that fast car, I gotta go. Yeah, while she like saying, yeah, she put that shit on. Yeah, I didn't I know that boy ain't nothing. Run up on me, boy, cause he was loaded, yeah. I'm the boss, man, get paid to walk in the club, yeah. I'm the pop change, I feel them hoes with my eyes. I don't really pop body, but the hoes love it, yeah. I don't really pop body, but these bitches love it, yeah. I had drugs like the pharmacy, little boy coming shop, yeah, yes. 3 a.m. I put a lean, yeah, I should lie, I need a lean, yeah, mix with water, yeah, fat page in my DM, I ain't talking to cops, yeah. My little bro boy in my DM, I don't wanna talk, yeah, Go get your rights up, little boy, no, I'm not doing it, so, I'm in a new fat car, oh, yes, we did, I got that bankroll, oh, yeah, keep that shit in the vault, I hit the right song, oh, yeah, keep that shit in the vault, yeah. I got this new bitch with me, yeah, in the jaws, I might send that boy in the air, yeah, pack in the wall,
Broken mirror, hope's been triggered. Provoke this nigga, numbscope pull trigger. Demon drops, seen them flop on the balcony. You found your steez and a fortune cookie. I won't support you, rookie. I got a big black book. Watch these cats get took. That whack cat shook. Stay back, black look. Infrared, ping a fed like bruh, bruh.
Drum dealers. Drum dealers.
Do this shit on my own. Nigga keep talking about looking at her life in hell. No name, no ring, no bills. That thing said I'm up a well. I feel like poison myself. You not even verify. That's
Drum dealers. Drum dealers.
Cooking up with Spank.
they know we in our bag, that's what got they ass mad. Riding around with Rab, yeah, it's bound to be a crash. I can't go dummy with no gunny, I'm on smash. 100-round drum in the trunk on North Ave.
Spinning hitting headies, yeah, you know they back to back. Niggas, they be hating, I just sit back and I laugh. They ain't getting money, can't accumulate no cash. Some niggas sit me up and they be looking super sad.
You said you was gang, well how the hell you mad? I came with the flame, now they ass sad. Wello told me treat they ass and they go see they dad. Walk down on that man, left his ass in the grass.
Nigga, you ain't getting money, I can't fuck with you. How the fuck you been up in this shit and I'm ahead of you? How come niggas always have a frown, they see you making moves? Mine only focus on the paper, I can't be no fool.
Jumped in that water, I'm a shark, bitch, I can't be no fool. Caught him at the gas pump, beat that boy right up out his shoes. My niggas, they go against the grain, yeah, they don't know no rules. I knew niggas knew how to aim before they went to school.
Niggas think they fucking with us, nigga, must be April Fools. Ain't playing both sides, nigga, yeah, you got
crazy shit, purple shit, so we just kidnapped this bitch. The homie raped the bitch, and tied up his kids. Lil' Chopper always on some bloody shit. Bloody. Lil' Chopper on some get money shit. Money. I think my plug is an alien. We talking hammers like Arabian. Chopping in my us like an Australian. We some pit bulls, these niggas Pomeranian. I think my plug is an alien. This nigga talking crazy, I might phone on spraying head. You miss your dead niggas, boy, you wanna lay with him? Hold up, I'm booming right now, my plug an alien.
2 blocks with 2 chops, clean the block with 2 mops. Boy, fuck your whole set and motherfuck your dead pop. Yo, put that on my mama with it, all about that drama. Her eat, let's say while I ride, yeah, man, it's pop. I run your shit good with the pop, Mike, big, flip, 7 birds, 7 bricks, booming 6 in the mix. Yellow drop, red drop, purple drop, I'm a sibling. I'm in love with the walk, codeine in my piss. Bitch, I always get the keys, I don't judge, I don't eat. How you think I got these kids in these Louis V sneaks? Man, I don't trick or treat and I don't treat. Bet I trick my all off on your bitch, make a rack off
Kush aliens are invading Earth.
Pretty sad around this motherfucker, dog. All my niggas almost done died around this bitch. Goddamn, only got like 4 niggas left, you know what I'm saying? 4 real niggas. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust nobody out there in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them boys for real. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them boys down in the West. You know what I'm saying? It's just Mexico shit.
All I do is jug. All I know is the blood. Cause with a whole lot of drugs, heard you got them dollars, I'ma come give me some. Watch me, I'ma come take your fun. I do rob a man, no problem. Ain't one shooter with these bullets, can't dodge them. Bullets ain't got no name, I just pop them. You heard let go, flop it. Watch your language. All my doors, no, that's stainless. Keep it 30, leave your brainless. On the pavement, chalk line. Now we duck it one time. Still push backs on the front line. Work on me, all about mine. Posted in the daylight tonight. I can wipe out the bags like ice. Price can't beat the price. Wanna play with your life, boy? Is it worth it? I keep fucking on sister. Hey, your baby mama, some of you right after the service. Nervous, I'm so nervous. The influence a goop. Short for my troops, got a zip for the tooth. Don't you act up, boy? I run your group. Fuck the other side. I know Uber's on 2 5. See you walking, throwing signs. Ain't one drinking. I don't want you no more. But this the only life that 100,000 soldiers know. Wrap it, plastic, bag it, trap it, boom. Any word, do magic. Keep it packing, and I boom it off exactly. I don't want you no more. But this the only life that 100,000 soldiers know. Wrap it, plastic, bag it, trap it, boom. Any word, do magic. Keep it packing, and I boom it off exactly. Still booming back, still booming back. I work with the work like it's all I ever had. You're like Kirby, ain't you LP? But I see you with them GDs. Oh, my cousin, keep it cracking and free my rounds in the precinct. Boy, you better believe it. I'm telling you, all I do is flick. Cutting their wrist, hurricane twist, they know look cool. Hey, will with the whip. My chopper bring me dollars. My chopper bring me loot. My chopper did it at home. What is always on shoot? Who say that they shoot? Who say that they shoot? I got the shooters on the roof. Neighborhood sniper, that's the truth. Go about what? All about the bunch of 2-3s out the button. A1 butter in my blood. A1, let me tip my bird. Pour out some gin. Miss my cut a little more. I boom it all out for him. Off top to my round. Over the sides to my round. I love you, dog.
This goddamn spot is on Mexico. Yeah, this is Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Where my niggas from? You know, my boys is funny right here. Goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? All my flex right here. Very scary.
That's so much punch to do this. It's not what you think. The PFM1
Dolphin Squad, Dolphin Squad, Dolphin Squad.
What could possibly...
Surrounded by the dark. I just need the light. I just need the
Jesse Peak MUFON, yeah. Dude, I want to listen to Coast, man.
New cost.
I forgot if I have a Coast account or not. I'm pretty sure we do. Oh, cool. They got Whitley Strieber going on Coast to Coast. This is awesome. I want to get back to Coast, man. This is the classic. This is what we started on. This is what the nightly awesome, you know, talk show that is all the paranormal stuff, ufology, all the really cool stuff, man. They have it all. And we used to listen to these all the time, like going on road trips and shit. When we're going on vacation or Coast to Coast. So classic, so awesome. Always a great time. I'm going to start listening to Coast again.
American military drone conducting surveillance in the Middle East. Suddenly, an unidentified object zips in and out of frame. Slow it down, and it appears to be a metallic sphere. But where it came from and what it was doing remain a mystery to the Pentagon. One of many.
We are tracking over a total of 650 cases.
The head of the Pentagon office investigating UFOs told a Senate subcommittee the sightings are concentrated off the east and west coast of the U.S., in the Middle East, and the South China Sea. Here's a second video. The camera is watching another drone when an oblong object flies past. This time, an infrared sensor was able to get a different view and identify it as a commuter airliner.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on
The Pentagon says there is still no credible evidence any of the unidentified objects came from outer space. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
Whatever they are,
there's a whole fleet of them.
They seem to defy the rules of physics, hovering, stopping on a dime, moving at hypersonic speeds.
What was splashed?
Today, the man in charge of investigating UAPs said his office now has 650 reports. More than half have a round or sphere shape, possibly balloons, typically white, translucent, or metallic. Observed at 10 to 30,000 feet. So far, no sign of alien involvement.
No credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity.
Sean Kirkpatrick says this case remains unresolved. A cylinder object spotted somewhere in the Middle East. But this flying object with a tail, he says, turns out to be a plane.
This is the heat signature off of the engines of a commuter aircraft that happened to be flying in the vicinity.
More concerning, Russia or China could have advanced capabilities the U.S. doesn't have.
Could you describe potential threat that might exist out there if they are foreign?
Are there capabilities that could be employed against us? Absolutely.
2 months after U.S. fighters shot a Chinese spy balloon out of the sky, the Washington Post reports leaked intelligence documents not verified by NBC News suggest China could soon deploy a high-altitude spy drone able to travel at 3 times the speed of sound and able to surveil and attack American targets.
The adversary is not waiting. They are advancing, and they're advancing quickly.
The Pentagon's UAP office has been open only 9 months. 36 experts trying to determine what's a threat and what's not.
As an F-18 pilot, you personally saw one of these. What did it look like? What did it do?
Well, initially, we first saw these on our radar systems. We upgraded to a new radar, and we started noticing many more objects out in our working areas that we weren't expecting. We eventually were able to correlate those on our infrared sensor, our AT FLIR, and eventually we got close enough to these objects to see them with our own eyeballs. And the first time that happened, 2 aircrew from my squadron, VFA 11, were proceeding out to our working areas. At the very entrance to the area was one of these objects that went right between the 2 aircraft. The object was described as a dark gray or black cube inside of a clear sphere. And it was estimated to be about 5 to 15 feet in diameter, which is similar to the orbital objects that were described today in the hearing.
You're a trained engineer. You say that the aircraft you've seen did things that are impossible by our current human abilities, that they can fly 13,000 miles per hour, evade radar, fly through air and underwater. They have no wings, no sign of propulsion.
Well, I can't claim seeing all those behaviors myself personally, but those are the behaviors that have been described as we've begun to look at this topic more completely. We'd often see these objects actually being completely stationary, which is less exciting perhaps than 13,000 miles an hour, but for fighter pilots who operate in these areas every day, having something completely stationary in hurricane force winds is very peculiar. And so we'd see a plethora of behaviors that we can't describe. What we need to do is get more data. And as we get more data through Aero and through other organizations, I think we're going to see the range of behaviors exhibited increase.
The recent speculation, just in the last month or so, there was a paper written by someone who was speculating that perhaps these objects, whatever they are, were attracted to Earth's water as a source of fuel, because so many of these sightings appear over the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. Do you think there's any validity to that? To Earth's water, by someone who was speculating that perhaps these objects, whatever they are, were attracted to Earth's water as a source of fuel, because so many of these sightings appear over the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. Do you think there's any validity to that?
It's not really my area of expertise to delve into. As Dr. Kirkpatrick said today, he's engaging academia with some of the more low probability, highly speculative, and yet more technically challenging postulations. What we really need to focus on is ensuring that we can get more data from our frontline operators, such as the pilots, not only in the military, but on the commercial side as well.
Right, because
what was acknowledged today in the hearing.
I just want to, before you move on to that, it has been an incident with a commercial airplane. A commercial flight, a plane flying over West Virginia last May experienced the failure of 2 major systems on board after it flew underneath one of those mysterious objects, very similar to what you saw.
That's correct. It did have a loss of its autopilot function as well as its detect and warning system for proximity to other aircraft. Mishap with aircraft never happened due to one big issue. It's always a culmination of small issues that gather up. And we mitigate that in our aviation safety framework by mitigating those individual smaller problems so they don't build into a much larger problem. What we've strangely done with this issue is we've said that we're not going to mitigate this safety issue, even though we've had a continuing number of safety hazard reports come in now from our Navy personnel. And I would expect from our other forces as well. However, we just haven't had any reports coming in from the Air Force or Coast Guard or any of the other branches so far as the public is aware.
Well, one big headline from the hearing today is that military pilots are finally being taken seriously. Senator Rubio had also, you've talked about it, several lawmakers have talked about it, about the stigma of the eye rolling and the snickering that come with, hey, I think I just saw something that was a UFO. Do you see this changing? Because I know there was a culture for a long time of these pilots being honestly afraid to say, oh my God, I can't believe what I just saw.
Absolutely. And I see that change occurring, and it's certainly not occurring evenly. It's occurring about a wave. And some people are on one side of the wave and they're fully into it and they're engaged and they're reporting it and they want to learn more. And I think some people are on the other side of that wave as well, where they're still not really accepting that this problem exists. And I just want to encourage people, this isn't about drawing conclusions about what these objects are, where they're from. There's really no reason to have any disregard for what these are, because we just simply don't know at this point. And in that uncertainty, potentially is going to be national security problems. And if not, we still need to be scientifically curious about what those could be.
We know that there is tremendous public interest in UAP and a desire for answers from AARO. By its very nature, the UAP challenge has for decades lent itself to mystery, sensationalism, and even conspiracy.
Well, a bipartisan group of lawmakers are digging into solving a decades-old mystery, UFOs. It's the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities' second hearing on the phenomenon in over 50 years. Interest in UFOs surged following a 2017 publication of videos recorded by Navy fighter jets that saw unknown objects flying in unique and extraordinary ways. The Department of Defense established a special office in response to heightened interest in UFOs, or UAPs, as they're now known. For more on this, I'd like to welcome Harvard University Professor of Science, Avi Loeb. Thank you so much for being here. So this office now tracking over 650 cases, a huge jump from 366 back in January. So does that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me. Thanks for having me. These are reports that the government receives as part of their day job. People monitoring the sky, military personnel or sensors that the government owns, and they want to figure it out because we cannot afford the luxury of not knowing about technologies that our adversaries may possess. And I address this phenomena from a different perspective. As a scientist, we cannot allow for an extraterrestrial object to be in our sky that we haven't known about. And so I see science complementing the government interest, but of course our approach is different. As a scientist, I want the data to be open to the public and follow the scientific method.
Now, of the 366 reported in January, analysts said that over half were unremarkable, but that implies that over 150 were not easily categorized as balloons or drones. So how is this determined, and do you think those numbers are accurate?
I think the government has limited data because it's collected by chance by all these sensors that are on fighter jets, or perhaps the Navy has on ships and so forth. What we are doing in the scientific community, I have the Galileo project that I'm leading, and we built already an observatory monitoring the sky 24/7 in the infrared, optical, radio, and audio, and we're analyzing the data with artificial intelligence. And we plan to make many more copies of this observatory and place them in various locations. And the sky is not classified, but the government needs to know what these objects are in order to figure out whether they pose any national security threat. And Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick did mention his concern that some of them do. Some of them may represent technologies that go beyond what we imagined, that the Chinese are developing.
Really interesting. So what big questions do you believe are still being left unanswered?
Whether even one or more of these objects may have originated from an extraterrestrial technological civilization. And to figure this out, we really need much better data than the government was able to collect anecdotally. So we need to build new observatories that bring us better data than the past data we own. And what we heard about today is past data, mostly classified. The public cannot access it. What the Galileo project that I'm leading is doing is collecting new data with an operating observatory at Harvard University right now that we'll make copies of. And stay tuned, because in the coming year, we will collect more data than was ever reported by government. And let's see what it shows.
All right. Well, we have about 40 seconds left. I have to ask you this. Do you think we are alone in the universe? What are your observations?
No, I think it's arrogant of us to think that we are unique and special and the smartest kid in the class of intelligent civilizations that ever existed since the Big Bang. Albert Einstein was not the smartest scientist who ever lived over the past 13.8 billion years. And we can learn from them. So let's just look out through our telescopes and figure out what we are missing.
All right. Harvard University Professor of Science, Avi Loeb, thank you.
Hear the music. A rare open hearing has taken place in the US this morning with the Pentagon's UFO chief testifying before Congress. 7 News US correspondent Tim Lester is in Washington, D.C. Tim, what's he had to say?
Well, morning, Nat. He interestingly has had to say some fascinating things about case numbers. The Pentagon, the military headquarters, and Congress behind me wouldn't touch the question of unidentified flying objects for about 50 years. There was a hearing way back in the 60s. Eventually, though, case numbers became such and they were credible enough that last year they really did have to grasp the issue, and politicians formed a congressional inquiry into the issue and formed also a committee to investigate them within the Pentagon in America's military heartland. Now, that committee's chief has gone back to Congress here today to report to politicians on where things are up to. He says case numbers have grown from, at last report, just above 500 to now more than 650 active cases on the committee's books.
Of those over 650, we've prioritized about half of them to be of anomalous, interesting value. And now we have to go through those and go, how much do I have actual data for?
Sean Kirkpatrick there talking about how he's had this rise in workload. He does admit that he's reluctant to close cases and often doesn't have the evidence to, so there will be a bit of a tendency for case numbers to climb. But the whole issue is getting more currency here, partly because of the shooting down of that Chinese balloon, which was spurred on a bit by the work of this committee, and also because jets, of course, over the US and Canada shot down 3 unidentified flying objects earlier in the year. Still no explanation for those. One thing, though, the chief does tell us, Nat, he says we still don't have firm evidence of extraterrestrial life. So so the ultimate quest of the committee perhaps not yet satisfied, Nat.
Right, so they're unidentified, we just don't know what they are yet. It's interesting because for years, Tim, people who thought UFOs were up there were sort of classed as a bit nutty. But now the Pentagon has formed a new department and they're taking it seriously.
Completely, and in fact part of their problem is that a lot of these sightings were being made by highly trained naval and air force pilots between 15 and 25,000 feet in altitude, where military jets spend a lot of time, and they couldn't be dismissed. They're simply too well trained in their craft. So ultimately Washington had to go, OK, we'll take a serious look at this, and they are.
But no sign any are from Mars or any other planet yet?
No extraterrestrial life yet, but we'll tell you the moment we hear about it, Nat.
Well, you're in Washington, so you're in a very important place. So we'll cross back to you if you get any more information. Thank you, Tim.
That was a fun watch party.
This heat is sufficient to light the small alcohol lamp A, which is in here, I guess. Is this the alcohol lamp? Anyway. And in about 5 minutes, the water in the glass flask H will commence to boil. There you go. Yeah, so down here, heats up this. And when the heat rises, or the hot will rise straight into there. It's quite a little interesting little gadget. This would be ideal for me, to be honest with you. This glass flask has a soft rubber stopper in which fits a glass tube bent into 2 right angles, as shown in the sketch. So here, boom, boom, the 2 right angles, boom, boom. Okay. As shown in the sketch, it is necessary that the rubber stopper fits tight in the flask and that the glass tube fits the stopper snugly. Yeah. On the block of wood, a coffee machine is placed which contains the usual amount of ground coffee. Instead of its cover, a circular piece of wood is provided through which the other free leg of this glass tube passes. So yeah, that's interesting. So basically, you're closing the circuit when the hour hand touches this, it closes the circuit, allowing it to work. So it does something here for this to heat up, causes a white light, which I'm going to have to look into because I don't even know what a white light is, but I guess it's enough heat from this light to heat up this. So this will start boiling, and then obviously the hottest part, which I don't understand because it'll be taking it from the bottom part, which I guess is the hottest part if it's being heated up from here, but heat rise, I guess this whole thing will be completely hot. There won't be much difference in temperature from the top to the bottom in here, I reckon. So yeah, it will just rise through their heat and then just come back into there. Now, that's very interesting. Now, as soon as the water commences to boil, enough pressure is created to drive a certain amount of boiling water through the tubing in the coffee pot, and if in 5 more minutes the alarm goes off and you're awake, you'll have to do is reach over and pour it into a cup of delicious coffee. Pour out a cup of delicious coffee. It's actually a really good invention. Don't forget, this is 115 years ago. So 115 years ago, there was a device you could do where you could get like coffee made for you when you woke up, and all you had to do was connect a wire, 2 wires to your stopwatch to create the circuit. So when the big hand, the hour hand, hit it, you've closed the circuit, which allows the power allows it to work. Interesting. It's recommended to keep the arrangements some distance away from you. Not because there is danger, an explosion or fire, etc. is impossible, but because if you drink your coffee in bed, you might go back to sleep. Oh my God. There's a lot of problems with this, like the pressure build-up. If this is sealed, and this is sealed, and this gets blocked, this could blow up. You know? Like the pressure build-up would be phenomenal. So yeah, don't worry about this little contraption blowing up. There's no pressure reducing valves. There's nothing like that involved in this stuff here. So there's a high possibility this could blow up right next to you in bed. But the problem about it is if you drink your coffee and you go back to sleep. It is not understood that you'll have to blow out the flames. It is understood that you'll have to blow out the flame of the alcohol lamp as soon as you wake up. Also, the battery must be disconnected, or else the alcohol lamp will be lighted anew at 5 p.m. the same day. Okay, that's interesting. So if you had a 24-hour clock that actually had like 24 hours instead of like 12, then you get away with it. But that's just my mind thinking. Interesting, eh? Let's see what people are saying about that, because that's new to me. What's occurring? Sherry Ives, love that movie. Me too. Yeah. 88. Can you read? I'm sure. Nice appliance. Just go back to sleep drinking your fluoridated water, and that's it, man. You might go back to sleep. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Fractal Souls, some Isabella Live. Yeah, nice. I'm just going to look for one more little nug. What's this one? Aurora Borealis. Passengers in the Philadelphia enjoy nature's fireworks. A relay working with 100 billion ampere. Read that one. Just trying to find a nice little read for you guys. What's all this? Patterns of the month. Yeah, we'll finish on this. Pardon me. What is going on here? An alarm system of the class described to a combination with an electric circuit and an alarm device controlled thereby of a separable loop arranging the circuit and adapter when separated, pass through articles and merchandise. What's going on here though? Are you heating up clothes? I don't know. Let's have a look. Anyway, let's go and look. 1. In a wireless telegraph system, the method of detecting electrical oscillations of high frequency, which consists
If you can give your name and sort of just sort of give a short bio of your military and government and consulting careers.
Okay.
In sort of a resume sort of way, just so we have a sense.
Okay, my name is William John Pollock, and I'm 56 years old. My background initially started in the Air Force in the mid-60s, where I was a computer operations and programming.
Resume sort of way, just so we have a sense.
Okay, my name is William John Pollock, and I'm 56 years old. My background initially started in the Air Force in the mid-60s, where I was a computer operations and programming specialist, where I background in it, and I'm 56 years old.
He's 56 and he looks like that? Jesus Christ. Oh, I hear JPL Labs, or the ISS or whatever. Where did I put that? Oh yeah, I put it on another screen. There we go. Let's see if we're live now. Nope.
My background initially started in the Air Force in the mid-60s, where I was a computer operations and programming specialist for first at Pope Air Force Base after training, and then in Vietnam. The first event in my lifetime occurred then that woke me to a new paradigm. That paradigm was that late at night, a young lady and I were in the woods in about 30 miles southeast of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and had an unusual experience with a UFO at about 300-foot distance. The UFO prompted, before it showed up, to have all the frogs, the crickets, and all those noisemakers late at night shut off like a light switch. And it appeared 20, 30 seconds later and passed by us at about 200-300 feet on a line only 40, 50 feet away from us, heading from a southeast to a northwest direction, about 11:25 at night. After it disappeared over the northwest end of a small lake we were by, there was a continued period of silence for another 20 or 30 seconds, and the frogs, crickets, and all the other noisemakers at night wound up turning back on like somebody again had thrown a light switch. That event was rather dramatic in my mind in that it prompted me to start questioning what was really going on in the world. This was a late night, clear night sighting up close, and it could not be mistaken for a helicopter or any other plane that I was aware of that the Air Force had back in '66. From that point on, I went to Vietnam and spent a lovely year there in a tropical resort community of Nha Trang, and got to meet a lot of nice people, particularly the Vietnamese. But in my work, we became very involved with processing and sending on to Washington intelligence data. This was in addition to our normal computer load of maintenance reports, payroll, etc. And in that situation, it became quickly evident that we could have fought this war at a much higher level and much more efficiently than it was intended. It became obvious to all of us that it was a political war and not to be won. After that experience, I left the military, in spite of the fact that almost everybody in the computer science arena was asked to stay on. In fact, the Air Force encouraged us by promising us four-year college degrees fully paid, officer's salary while we're in, etc. But none of us stayed. Several years later, I got back into using my computer knowledge when my first wife had passed away in '77, and I was asked to come and help get a firm to grow called Rusco Electronics. In the late '70s, Rusco Electronics was the largest manufacturer and installer of access control equipment in the world. A friend of mine had asked me to help him because he wanted to leave the company and start his own company. And I said, yeah, I'd love to. You know, my wife had just died, and I was looking for something new to do. And it quickly became apparent that everybody in the security industry was back in the old relay days of philosophically and technologically, and that the industry did not have very many people with computer expertise. What quickly occurred in just a year or two is I went from doing corporate level work in the Denver area, which at the time was growing like a mushroom, to doing military work, national work, and getting my security clearance back and activated again. This led to doing a lot of work for the State Department, and eventually, by 1980, realizing that the firm I was with was about ready to be left in the dust technologically. We tried internally to convince them to upgrade their technology, and they would not. And I started my own firm with 2 other engineers in Denver, one from Hughes, who was based at the time at Buckley Air National Guard Base, which is actually a primary site for reception of satellite data for national security purposes. And another friend from Lockheed. Well, it was Lockheed Martin today, but it was Martin Marietta back in those days. We started the firm and developed within 9 months the most powerful electronic security system available at the time. In fact, we prided ourselves on having a form of Windows before Macintosh on our systems without any command codes. We just punch and click and move windows around. And we did a lot of work. We, at one time, were doing 17, 18 major systems around the country. In fact, we did 5 alone for Federal Express, and we linked these systems into a war room type environment back at their headquarters in Memphis, at the time called the Pony Farm, through a satellite link. We were one of the first ones to link security systems at separate sites back through satellite linkages. We time multiplexed with their data going back and forth for their shipping. And this led to a lot of other projects. And eventually, even when I finally left my own firm that we helped start in '84, I started working for Beltway Bandit type consulting firms. This would be SIC, Tracor, EGMG, etc., either as a contractor for them or as an employee for a period of time. It was at this time, again, that I realized that there was something amiss during this period of time when I was developing security systems out of a national security interest, in addition to large corporate systems. And I needed to find a security system in this marketplace as something that is as complex as any web network today. And the systems would run from from $500,000 to $25 million.
Bing bong, CIA, bing bong. I wonder what CIA John Ramirez has to say. I don't think I ever watched his interviews. I should make sure I'm following him on Twitter too. Even though I don't think he's the best source for intelligence, but you know, he's not bad. Yo, John Ramirez was Directorate of Science and Technology at CIA. Are you serious? Whoa. Wait, what?
Okay. So now this is the guest I've been waiting for a couple of months. I'm excited to have him on. It's John Ramirez. He's and I say UFO expert, but he's more interestingly a former CIA agent. John, you worked for the CIA for 25 years in the Directorate of Science and Technology?
Yeah, that's right. I was never an agent. We're not agents, we're officers. Agents are like what we call confidential informants in the police force. You know, a CI is not a police force officer. An agent is not a member of the CIA. They're people we hire overseas to give us information. So I was a CIA officer in the Directorate of Science and Technology and in the Directorate of Intelligence, and also served in the ODNI National Counterproliferation Center from 84 to 2009. So yes, it's 25 years.
So you're a man of substance. You're not a nutbag. You know what you're talking about.
Well, I would say that I've encountered a lot of information concerning the UFO topic as part of my normal day job. And so I wasn't an expert or anything. There's no one at CIA, which I would call an expert in this. But in so doing, our regular day jobs of intelligence collection and analysis and intelligence reporting, we do come across this phenomenon, and we have come across this phenomenon for decades.
Now, like this month, that's why it's newsworthy. This month, I'll give you the big jumble of the bureaucracy here. The House Intelligence, Counterintelligence, Counterproliferation Subcommittee held hearings, which is not normal. And even top intelligence officials in the Pentagon said that most, but not all, phenomena can be explained. Can you explain that?
I would take it this way. Anytime you ask a member of the intelligence community a question, they would literally answer the question. And so when they say most can be explained, what they're not saying is the explanation. And Congress, this particular subcommittee of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the C3, was previously more immersed into these kind of threats. And so when they meaning the Department of Defense officials, said that most can be explained, the follow-up question, if I was sitting on that subcommittee, I would ask, okay, what are your explanations? And they didn't pursue it.
So explain, John. I mean, we were treated to a bunch of videotape of things that don't seem to behave in ways that we understand physical science to be. So what are we seeing?
Well, what you saw was a very poor video, the worst possible probably, of the holdings by what was collected by the UAP task force, which was instituted in 2020 and finished its work in 2021 with that preliminary assessment. And we learned that there were 144 events that the UAP task force run by the Office of Naval Intelligence studied. And they just picked one which was like the worst possible. You didn't see much of anything. Just this object that did do some maneuvering like very fast. But they explained as, oh, you know, the fighter jet was going this speed and, you know, this object moved relative to the fighter jet. It could have been that. But they didn't really come up with a satisfying explanation of the other videos that they have in their holdings.
You, in your intelligence gathering, your 25 years in the CIA, is there alien life visiting this planet?
I would take the word alien out of that and just say, are there advanced civilizations visiting our planet, not necessarily alien? And are they not just visiting, or have they been here all the time? That's the part of the narrative that the Department of Defense is not addressing. But if you talk to former CIA officers, and I'll mention his name because he's been in the public sphere, his name is Jim Semivan. And if you ask Jim Semivan what's going on, he'll come up with two hypotheses that he believes is happening. And when he says, I believe this is what is happening, he has clearances still. I do not. So he says interdimensional hypotheses and the idea that something is coming to us that we can't explain that could be interdimensional in nature. And the other is the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis. And by ultra-terrestrial, that is UT, these are advanced civilizations that may have been here a long time before humanity arrived. And that is the technology we're seeing. And there's the concept of something called a breakaway civilization. You know, you see in myths and legends of the ancient peoples, they always had the gods fighting each other, and one side wins, the other side gets thrown out. And the breakaway civilization is the one that got thrown out. And more of the Christian tradition and the Judaic tradition, to go back into Genesis text, you have a battle between good and evil, God and Satan Satan or Lucifer, the bringers of light, were thrown out, fallen. And that kind of coincides with a lot of ancient texts. So is that what we're seeing is ultra-terrestrials? People have been here longer than we have and may have had some input into our development, into our evolution. Now, if you're a Christian, you believe in Genesis, you will believe that God created man from his own image. Let us make man in our image. And so if you translate that into like the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis, that means that beings more advanced than us had some input into how we turned out. And some of those beings wanted to be worshipped and others wanted to elevate us.
Wait a minute, what does that have to do with like supersonic machines being caught on videotape?
Yeah, why would they be coming back?
Maybe those supersonic machines caught on videotape belong to these ultra-terrestrial civilizations that many folks who encounter like these beings who say, I've encountered these beings, I've been abducted, always point out to these tall Nordics. And the tall Nordic narrative is something that might be associated with some of these advanced beings.
Do you have any evidence of that? Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. First of all, you keep saying advanced. So advanced, define advanced. Is that advanced in terms of to the level that we see ourselves as humans on Earth? Or is that advanced in terms of being greater, either in intelligence or capability beyond that? And when you talk about the good versus evil, are we possibly seeing a proliferation of some of that in the events that we're seeing? Is that maybe a different form of these beings?
Well, I'd say the first part of your question, yes, that's exactly what it means. The idea that they're more advanced than humans.
Okay.
And they came to us advanced and they created us, and we are not as advanced, but we're getting there. And what tipped the tipping point was that humanity discovered how to destroy itself and the planet with nuclear weapons. And coinciding with that, a lot of these sightings do occur over our nuclear facilities. A lot of these sightings occur over nuclear ICBM bases, which was mentioned in the hearing. The Pentagon declined to address that. And the second part of your question, I don't know. That's completely hypothetical. You'll have to ask a sociologist or a psychologist or someone who deals with the human mind and human behavior. I can't explain human behavior based on what we're seeing in the UAPs.
Now, reconnaissance over nuclear sites would seem to me to suggest that this is some kind of human military operation. Couldn't this be the Russians or the Chinese or the United States secret weapons program itself?
No, and here's why. Because the Russians have complete oversight over our nuclear weapons program as we do theirs. And in spite of the fact that right now we may be having a war of words and a war of weapons in Ukraine, the fact remains that there are treaties in place between the United States and the Russian Federation dealing with the monitoring of our nuclear programs, including nuclear missiles. So we visit their missiles and their silos, and they visit our missiles and our silos.
But wouldn't that be a reason to create
data?
Wouldn't that be a reason to create a super machine to get around the treaty to give you an advantage?
Well, they don't have that super machine because that's the job of the CIA, is to look into the programs that they have in development in their versions of 51 to see what is coming online in terms of an advanced weapon. And so that is the job of the intelligence community, particularly the military intelligence community, the Defense Intelligence Agency. What do the Russians have coming online that is advanced? And we have a similar type of intelligence collection of the Chinese and any other country for that matter. So I can categorically rule out that it is Russian technology doing this. And if it was Russian technology, they would have completely obliterated Ukraine in no time flat, and they're not using that. So we do have monitoring of each other. And so because of this monitoring, because of the fact that when they launch an ICBM as a test, the Russians tell us that they're launching an ICBM as a test. And so we're there ready to collect all of the technical data, and they actually exchange tapes, the data tapes, the telemetry tapes, and we receive those telemetry tapes, and we do the same for the Russians.
I see.
John, are you suggesting that we're spending more time and money covering something up as opposed to maybe going out and finding it? Because I would think if there's these little UFOs or unidentified things flying around the sky, we would maybe look for more things. Or do you suggest that these aliens, like the way you suggested, kind of sounded like Marvel's Eternals, that movie? But are you supposing that they're like the Illuminati and in charge of everything?
Well, that is a long bridge to cross. That bridge has not been built by the government. That's an intriguing thought, however, because a lot of, I think from the CIA perspective, we deal more with the consciousness aspects of the phenomenon. We deal with the human potential aspects of the phenomenon, meaning when people see this phenomenon, something happens to them internally. something happens to them psychologically, health-wise. Some suffer health effects, others get healed of.
Have you seen a spaceship in a hangar or an alien body on ice or anything like that?
No, I have not. I am what is known as an experiencer of the phenomenon, meaning I'm one of the people who have seen orbs or have seen craft. But this was not in relation to my job at CIA. Having said that,
what do you mean? You saw it in your private life, not your professional life?
Yeah, I've seen those in my private life, but to address the professional life side of the question, yes, I do know that the U.S. government has knowledge of these orbs and have collected data from these orbs, which then became part of the holdings of information about what we're seeing. So I do know that there were orbs. Now, as far as craft, let's say Roswell, another CIA officer who has retired claimed in the public media, went on Coast to Coast AM, if I can mention another show, and said that he has seen those Roswell files at CIA headquarters. There were craft of non-human origin, and there were bodies of non-human bodies in the files. And he wrote a novel about what he saw. He completely made it into a novelization of what he saw, added some science fiction elements to it. But he has stated that if you read behind the lines, this is what's happening.
I'm not so sure. I don't know. I'm not convinced. But
yeah,
if there are interdimensional beings, people that can fly through a black hole from an alternate universe, should we be afraid?
Well, if they wanted to destroy the Earth would have been destroyed. I think they're more like they consider us their children, quote unquote, and that they're more interested in that we don't destroy ourselves.
Terrible parents.
And that's why the interventions that they have with our nuclear forces, both here and in Russia.
Well, it could be like the Twilight Zone, where we're actually like a farm, like piglets. Remember that? Remember the book, To Serve Man?
Yeah.
Could be that.
Right. There are philosophers who have opined what's known as the simulation hypothesis, that we're living in a simulation. Mathematically, it's kind of hard to prove. I don't know if there's a proof for it. But again, the point being is that it is difficult to explain. But I believe the government has a cogent explanation of most of what they're seeing. And I don't believe the government is forthcoming in that yet, because there are too many bridges to be built over too many large chasms that have been dug over the 75 years since Roswell happened.
Yeah, I don't think the government would be covering this up, Mark. No. You know why? Because they're holding hearings. Otherwise, you just shut it all down.
Right. Now, I'd say that, don't forget, the government's composed of 3 branches. And so you have the executive branch holding on to the information and not releasing it. And you have the legislative branch, which we elect every 2 years, a new Congress, wanting to release information. So you have this clash of purposes, perhaps, where one side wants to keep it down, keep it tamped down. The other side wants to be more forthcoming, because there's 2 pieces of legislation. There's just the National Defense Authorization Act of this fiscal year was the one that most people heard about, but buried in the budget, the entire budget of the federal government, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, buried in it is the Intelligence Authorization Act, which is completely different from the military side. So I'm getting wonky here, but it's important to consider. NDAA deals with the Department of Defense. IAA deals with the intelligence side, on the civilian side of intelligence. And
all right, John, you're getting too wonky. You're getting too wonky. This is just a regular people show. So let me ask you, just so everybody knows, you will be testifying before Congress next month?
No, absolutely not. I would have nothing to say to Congress because I have no current information. And the people who have current information, that's Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon. Those 2 gentlemen need to testify.
So, sum total, I'll get you out of here. You know, we're going a little bit over. I gave you my word. You watched the hearings earlier this month. Sum total, did we learn anything? Are we closer to the truth?
Congress is closer to the truth. They have always been closer to the truth. We, the people, are not. There will be more hearings, and there will be on the Senate side and the House side of intelligence. We saw the House side. There's also the Senate side of intelligence. They will be holding hearings. And on the armed services side of both the Senate and House, they will be holding hearings. So we got one committee's hearings, but there are three more committees that have purview or oversight of this UAP topic. And I expect to have more hearings over the course of the next, not just this year, but several years.
Yeah, if I could ask you to take the politics out of it, take a little of the intellect out of it. You and I are having coffee at a shop around the corner from your house.
Yeah.
Give me the thumbnail if I said, John, what's happening? What would you tell me? Take all the other stuff out. Thumbnail. What is that?
Okay, what's happening is that currently military pilots have encountered craft of unexplainable performance that are transmedium. They fly in the air, they fly in space, they fly from space into the air and back into the ocean. The ocean has a significant presence of this UAP phenomenon occurring. And in fact, in the state of Michigan, of course, there's several sightings that have occurred of craft coming out of, for example, Lake Erie. And
landing in Detroit.
Maneuvers and so forth. So, I mean, it's transmedium, it's under the water, it's in the air, it's in space. There's something flying that is not human made. And the government would like to know what's flying up there. Having said that, there are parts of the government who do know, who are not disclosing that, even to the government.
And you, as a former CIA specialist, have seen evidence in your professional life, and you've encountered orbs in your personal life. So you know as a matter of life experience that they're out
That
there.
is an extremely fair statement.
They are out there.
Me, personally, yes, you captured it in a nutshell right there.
My brother, and you said, we the people are getting closer to the truth, except some of us may not be people. Whoa.
That's intriguing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. John Ramirez, former, what is a CIA
officer?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And a general UFO expert. Thank you, brother. And I'm gonna get your address and send you a nice treat from Detroit, a flying Coney kit. Okay. Thanks, John.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks,
everyone.
John. Nice meeting you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
They're out there.
All right, time for the next one. I think the next one is the Pawlak interview, and then we'll go to the Ron James, my friend Ron James interview with Alien Girl.
It's just for the hardware. The systems that we worked on were starting to be placed in areas that surprised me. There was one particular project when I was at EG&G where we were tasked for designing a system for a base that, it amused me at the time, nobody seemed to be aware of in Nevada, called Tonopah Base, southeast of the little old mining town of Tonopah. And that this base was actually where the F-117s were kept when they went operational. They were never kept at Groom Lake. That was only for testing purposes. And that the entire wing was based there at the time. And our guys used to chuckle about the Revell model not being quite right. And what concerned me was that at this time there was a decision that we had to make on what was going on at Tonopah, and that there was a lot of facilities deep underground there that we secured. And there were elevators that would go up and down, very large elevators that could take craft, much like the elevators on an aircraft carrier, but on a land-based environment. And that these went very deep underground, and that the equipment that we could see underground around was not that which would run a normal aircraft, generators, air conditioners, etc. There was a totally different type of equipment. Now, one of the things that interested me after I left that project several years later was that they finally announced the F-117. And one of the concerns I would have is what is being done with Tonopah now. Because they were moved in a rush, a very big rush. And if I remember the number right, there was $75 million spent in only a 9-month period to prepare Holloman for the F-117s. Now, that's okay, but why the rush to get them out of Tonopah? With some of the facilities that are deep underground becoming activated on a full-time basis, not just for testing purposes, and that they needed to remove those planes and those crews and support staff to Holloman to prepare in a rather large rush for a new project to be brought in there. But none of the indications we had or my staff had that would actually install the security equipment had was like any other plane. Even something as broad-ranging as the Aurora that we have all heard about to one degree or another. But I need to back up a bit. There is another subject I need to broach above and beyond the ufology subject that I got involved with that relates to this when we talk about alternative government control mechanisms. In that one of my favorite hobbies has always been tracking new technologies. And hopefully so it benefits in business. And in '79, living and working in Denver, I came across a company that if necessary I can provide documents for, that I've kept on file, of a company in North Glen, Colorado, which is a northern suburb of Denver, was developing an implantable chip originally for horses, because was a major problem then, and it may be still today, of shilling of horses. You would have two horses that look alike, and you would put the dog in, and you'd bet against him when everybody thinks it's the fast one, or you'd reverse that and bet against him. And he was attempting, through good faith, to develop a technology to give a unique signature to every single horse. That pill, if you want to call it that, intelligent pill, at the time was already small enough by then to implant under the skin with a horse needle, a large hypodermic needle. And I was shown these, and they worked. And we could read them with a primitive hand wand type reader from about 7 or 8 feet away. And this was still primitive technology. Excuse me. Now, at the time in the security industry, a lot of us had a lot of concerns about tracking and locating people that had been kidnapped, particularly what was going on in Europe at the time, where we were having NATO officers, even the Prime Minister of Italy, kidnapped. And these people were drained, or they were brutalized, or both. And one of the goals of the industry was to develop technology that would allow us to track these people or locate them quickly, hopefully to save their lives, but on a secondary basis to keep them from being drained of sensitive information. And I brought this technology to a meeting in a skiff room in Virginia that was arranged by a friend of mine with the CIA and another friend of mine with the State Department at the time to introduce this technology to what we felt at the time were the right parties to use this new technology responsibly. Now, I hadn't heard about the remnant or any other religious beliefs at the time that said that everybody was going to be implanted with some sort of marking system, la the beast or 666. I wasn't even aware of that stuff at the time. And I was taking this as a serious solution to a potentially problem that would not go away. And it was interesting, we met in this room, and because of the tight meetings we were involved with, certain people would not give you their full name or where they came from. I just had to trust that my two contacts had contacted the right parties to be there at the right time, and that they would all be responsible individuals. There was a mistake. After that meeting, I discovered that 2 of the people in the meeting had never been asked there, yet they knew about the meeting. They knew what it was about. They knew who was going to be there. And later research indicated that one of them actually worked for the Department of Agriculture and one of them worked for the Department of the Treasury. What prompted our looking at these 2 men was that in this up, and I was taking this as a serious solution to a potentially problem that would not go away. And it was interesting, we met in this room, and because of the tight meetings we were involved with, certain people would not give you their full name or where they came from. I just had to trust that my 2 contacts had contacted the right parties to be there at the right time, and that they would all be responsible individuals. There was a mistake. After that meeting, I discovered that 2 of the people in the meeting had never been asked there, yet they knew about the meeting. They knew what it was about. They knew who was going to be there. And later research indicated that one of them actually worked for the Department of Agriculture and one of them worked for the Department of the Treasury. What prompted our looking at these 2 men was that the way they asked the questions they asked, the attitude behind them, even the body language, indicated that they had reasons for the use of this technology other than the one that was intended at the meeting. In fact, their largest concern was, how fast could we make a couple billion of them? And could we each give each one of those a unique identity number? Now, this particular pill-shaped device, very minute, had a lot of flexibility in its capabilities. It was basically just almost a transponder. You would send a frequency to it, and it would respond back with its unique number, which could not be changed once the chip was made. Yet there were a lot of capabilities that could be added to this chip, such as monitoring temperature, blood pressure, pulse, and even waveforms out of the brain. But that was for research down the road. What was amusing to me a few months ago on a website that likes to collect articles on the unusual is that a lady out east had a chip removed from her body in 1999. They had it blown up on the website. And it was a slight modification of this chip from Denver with some of its enhancements. And it was put in her, she believes, in either 1980 or 1981. What was amusing about this was that this gentleman never had to worry about money again. And he quietly passed on a lot of this technology to somebody we never knew. And this concerned my contacts in Washington because it never went anywhere with them. Somebody else took it and ran with it, and we never knew who it was. Now, in 1984, I found another technology by just sniffing the web, sniffing the literature of our industry and a dozen other industries, and I found that there was a professor at the University of New South Wales, where I still have the files on, that had discovered a way to make a microscopic lithium niobate chip. And by accident, he had scratched it. And he had a RF transmitter there. And he had a receiver on by sheer chance. And he found that on a certain frequency, he could send an energy beam to the chip. And it would respond back with a number. He worked on that technology. And that technology, eventually I found out about. We flew him into Denver to our company, Systems Group of Colorado, and we did a test. He had some primitive small chips he brought with him. They are totally passive and very small, 1/32 of an inch, and only a couple thousandths thick. And by etching them, you could again create a unique signature, unique to each one. And this one theoretically could, depending on the size of it and the size of the etching, could have a unique number in the billions and billions. In fact, the test we did was amusing in that we set up a transmitter and a receiver based on removing an air grill from our drop ceiling. and plugging up our transceiver into that as our antenna. And we were able to read that thing glued to a little piece of cardboard from 100 feet away with a piece of grill out of a drop ceiling, which is a pretty primitive antenna. Because we didn't know what frequency it was dealing with, so we had to come up with some kind of instant generic antenna. We were so impressed with the capabilities of this. It would read through thin layers of material, like thin plywood. And we were so impressed that, again, I felt that this was a technology that truly had some value. Because we also discovered in some testing that the papers work he had with him, that if we had a microscopic coil antenna with this, that we could read this from a mile away. And his later on analysis, a few weeks later, he got back to me and said that if we had an antenna, a coil antenna 2 inches in diameter with a chip in the middle, and that what the antenna is actually doing is acting as an amplifier to a great extent. And that what sends back out is a harmonic of the original frequency. That his numbers crunching showed that he could read this thing from 120 kilometers in space. And that there were other attributes of this chip that could be tied into it, especially if it was powered in some minute way, and give it a lot more kickapoo juice. Well, again, I took this, and a lot more care this time, to a meeting that we had in Virginia at a subcontractor's company that I knew that does a lot of work for the intel community. This time I had the director of security for all of State Department there, and again, a good friend from CIA. Again, we had, at the last minute, people walk in the door with the right credentials who we didn't know who they were exactly. It turns out, again, we had people, 2 this time again, who after the meeting, we realized shouldn't have been there. And yet they had credentials that were awesome. Because it turns out afterwards I found out they had never been called by my 2 contacts. Yet they knew about our phone calls. They knew of exactly what time, what place, and what we were going to be talking about. And supposedly, my phone calls were made over secure phone lines. What concerned me more about this particular event was that I have in my records again the name at the time of the head of security at State Department. And I got to know him well because I designed the security system, at least a major portion of it, for Main State, or the headquarters in Foggy Bottom in D.C. And so he and I knew each other very well. And that one of the things that Bob wanted to do was, before he retired, he wanted to have his family, particularly his 2 boys in high school, experience what it was like to live out of the country. So he actually gave himself the job. He demoted himself to head of security for East Africa. And he and his family, shortly after this event, this meeting, moved to Kenya, to Nairobi. And he and I quietly kept in touch through our other contact in Washington. And kept probing who these 2 men were. We were having a devil of a time finding who they were, who they really were. Because what bothered me was that the professor all of a sudden got a giant grant. The technology was transferred. He never had to work again the rest of his life. And a friend of mine in San Francisco, who I had quietly told about this technology, because he was involved with other aspects of national security and tracking people, he got a project to do a physical security system, access control, cameras, intrusion monitoring, everything, the works, for a little company in Silicon Valley. And he said it was eerie to him, but what they were making there looked eerily like what I had described to him. He built the security system in this modern fab, building billions of these little chips. He wound up a year later being asked if he'd want to buy the security system back. They were shutting the factory down after they'd made billions and billions of these little chips. And it was a division of a rather major European electronics firm that had the plant.
Which one?
Siemens. And what concerned me was that they had built these chips, and who knows what happened to them. And they built them in the billions in volume because they're so small that you can take a 6-inch wafer and make hundreds of thousands of them on a wafer. And they disappeared somewhere. But in the process, what concerned me more was Bob did not give up trying to find out who these guys were and who they worked for, what their agendas were. He and I had long talks now by the mid-'80s about what was really going on in government, who was controlling what concerns he had. Because he had come to the realization there were a lot of things going on that weren't right. And he had supposedly made some contacts to find out more of what was going on. And he had contacted our mutual friend at CIA, another long-term contractor, been involved since World War II, in the very founding of the CIA, who got in touch with me and said, Bob's got something hot, and when he's back in the country again on business, we're going to get a meeting. A few days later, Bob was on his way to work just after dropping the 2 boys off at a private high school, I believe, in Nairobi. He was on the way to the embassy. And he was broadsided at a stoplight at 60 miles an hour by a reinforced Land Rover. He was killed instantly. The Brit that supposedly was drunk at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, was taken to the hospital and immediately disappears. And all the evidence he had given in the way of documentation was proven to be phony as to who he was, and Bob was killed. And it was a hit. And it's always concerned me today that he had gotten a little too close to who had been involved with this implantable chip technology. We'd been trying to, for a couple of years then, quietly trying to find out who had been doing it without our government realizing it was going on. Because whoever it is has got total ability to penetrate anytime, anywhere, our government and locate what is going on instantly.
Who do you think they are?
Research since the early 80s on my own and with some friends indicates that we have at least 4 power groups in the world. They have wealth beyond all imagination. They have advanced technologies. They have taken over various programs, particularly black programs, within our government and probably even the Russian government and the Chinese. Their politics to them, as we know it, is not the same. And they have agendas totally unlike what our governments, we perceive our government's agendas really are. And that they are able to track unbelievably what's going on around them at a minute level. And who these people are, my friends and I have given them names, but they have no relevance to what they call themselves. We just simply call them the 4 horsemen. And that these horsemen work together at times and they work against each other at times. There's an ongoing battle between them at a low level to who's going to be top dog in the world. The one commonality to all 4 appears to be an absolute desire for control of everything and everything. And that some of them have different bases for this. From the point of view of it, each of them has their own philosophy. And that core root philosophy guides them supposedly in their actions. And we believe that this is what was causing a lot of strange things to happen in Nevada that we were experiencing, and on a strange way correlates also with what happened with these implantable chip technologies that I personally brought, now I look at it, to the wrong people in the government. Because we never got to use that technologies for what it was we really intended it to be used for.
What do you think, these 2 men who came to the meeting, what credentials did they show to get in? I mean, what did they have? Were they FBI or were they?
Above and beyond that, they were NSA, NRO, that sort of credentials. But we would later check and they didn't exist. They did not exist. Yet their credentials were spotless. Even to the point where if it was an access control requirement, the identification systems that they carried passed all the access control mechanism requirements we had, be it biometric, be it fingerprint, be it eyeball, be it anything, even to access code numbers. They knew it all. They had it all. And it was better quality than actually what the agencies had, which is most enlightening. It means unlimited budgets.
Do you think these were, in a sense, privatized operations, international corporate or institutional backed entities?
If they are, it's at a level way beyond any of the corporate security people I've ever worked with. And I've worked with all the major oil companies. I've worked with all the major computer companies on designing very high-end security systems. And none of the people in the commercial arena there ever gave me the least concern that they were involved with something above and beyond what their corporate requirements were or agendas were. They were truly corporate people. Now, if there are corporate people out there that are hiring private people outside the corporate chain of command to do specific functions, I would not have known about that. The one area that I will say that is strange, and that is the aerospace industry in this country. And that I did a lot of work for several of the aerospace companies, either in the way of physical design of systems or in at least consulting. And there were times when I came across people that seemed to know a lot more than they did. And some of them are very good at controlling their body language, but not perfectly. And we would run across various companies, particularly those in California and in the Denver area, that had projects ongoing that they were doing security work for that was beyond black. And I've been involved with those obliquely, so I can tell the difference. But certain comments were made over a long period of time, and you bring them all those comments together that on their face, one comment doesn't mean anything. But 4, 5, or 10 comments over a 4 or 5 year period start creating a storyline for you. And the storyline basically is that there's a lot of work going on in the aerospace industry that would indicate that we have black projects that have gone even darker, and that there's work being done on electrogravitic, on scalar technology, et cetera, that we don't even think that those in Congress or even in the military that approve black budgets are aware of. They've been taken offline. They're funded through some other mechanism. Other than, in one case, I know of one black project that got billions of extra money back in the 80s. And I was quietly told that it never went over budget by more than $1 million. And there were billions of money funneled through that black project onto something else. And the gentleman admitted it to me.
Which corporations?
That was Northrop. That was Northrop at Plant 29. But when you look at the scenario of the entire series of events, it starts forcing you to take your head out of the sandbox and put your sunglasses on at least so you can look at the bright sun and find out what reality is all about. And to a great extent, because of what I was involved with and the knowledge from '85 that the Cold War was going to wind down as we know it back then, it's just mutated into a new type of war, that I had to prepare to get myself, plan to get myself out of the business. Because budgets by the late 80s, we all assumed in the industry were going to start drying up. And so during the late 80s, I wound up just doing consulting work for SAIC, for Tracor, for ED, several of the Beltway bandits. And slowly got myself out of the business and got into the consumer arena. And believe it or not, started a cable company in '89 in New Mexico.
Tell me a little bit more about, the way that you see the, for example, these people that appeared at the meeting and people who work at that level. Do you see them as being responsive to the president or the chain of command as the American public thinks of it? Talk about a little bit, if you can, about what you found about how the game is really played and who's in the loop and in control and who isn't.
Okay. Steve, you brought up a good question about what's the mentality, what's the attitude of these people that I would run into periodically that seem to be out of the loop. They're not in the chain of command. Their attitude is that they look, act, and taste like bureaucrats. And having been around them for 20-some years, they have their own unique flavor. But these people had agendas. They're unlike any agendas that you would ever have run into if you're in the mainstream government. An example would be that in the early 80s we worked on a project with the Department of Agriculture and the state of Maryland for a period of time to try and convince them to get away from food stamps and let's go to a credit card machine that's coupled to the cash register. That would be an ID card, a simple swipe card, or some other higher level of access control card if needed, where the keypad PIN number would be implanted onto the keypad so that the person could, only that person could get food off their food stamps, because at the time, and I believe even today, there is a huge percentage of fraud perpetuated in the food stamp arena to the tune of billions a year. And so we got to meet an awful lot of guys at a high level in the Department of Agriculture that are in control of this program. And they are very familiar with access control equipment, particularly after we got done educating them, and the limitations and the capabilities of that technology to aid them in saving the public billions of dollars a year. That project went nowhere. The politics at the time were such that they didn't want to solve the problem. In fact, you'd wonder in the big cities where a lot of the members of various committees are from, if they weren't getting a kickback at times. But so we had a lot of interface with people in the Department of Agriculture as an example. Yet the one we met at that meeting from the Department of Agriculture had a level of knowledge far beyond what these people had. And he had a different attitude. It was an attitude that was almost apolitical. And it was pure technical, and it was very cold. And the questions that would be asked was, how fast can you make them? How fast can you set up a factory to make them? How many can you make in a period of time? How reliable will they be? Are they erasable? Are there any negative aspects of them when they're implanted in the human body? Will the body reject them? Etc. These are questions that, interestingly enough, none of the bureaucrats ever asked. They assumed that we would have a contract to solve those problems or overcome them.
What do you think's being done with these implants?
I think they've been distributed. I have indications in the military that a lot of our special forces units have been implanted over the last 10 years, if not longer now. And that there are other people that have implanted, such as I mentioned earlier, that we had that lady that had one removed because it was irritating her, and she had her surgeon remove it, and it turned out to be very similar to the technology from 1979 that I had brought to Washington out of Denver.
How did she get it? Does she recall?
She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember. She remembers almost as in an alien abduction scenario. She remembers vaguely some missing time back then. But I don't know the whole story of that. We could do some research on that, Steve, and go back to that web posting and backtrack from there to who she is and to who her doctor was and find out more.
Going back, you were talking about this Tonopah facility.
Yes.
They moved the F-117s out. What do you think is there? What was being worked on, and what's there?
Well, we had a base that was very modern. And we had a base that was literally state-of-the-art equipment, along mixed in with the old stuff, because the Air Force doesn't throw anything away if it doesn't have to. They know how to squib and rub nickels together. They've had to. But the importance of that base can never be minimized. It is very remote. It is between two low mountain ranges. So from a land-based positioning, you cannot see into it. Actually, it's more remote than, until recently, than what was going on at Area 51, where at least the ufologists could go up there on some mountaintop and look at it from 10 or 15 miles away. This one literally could not be looked at from any direction, where you weren't trespassing on federal property at Nellis Range. In fact, the concern for security in the mid-'80s was so severe there that one of the generals that I dealt with through EG&G asked me, what's the wildest idea I could dream of for doing a perimeter security monitoring system that could look out 10 and 15 miles without fail pick up an intruder. And it was a funny one because I came up with a synthetic boulder that had a self-powering system in it, where we had special cameras hooked to telescopes where we literally could monitor a jackrabbit at 10 kilometers in a moonless night and reliably catch him in the camera and actually take a picture of him, monitor him. And that was tied in with even some suggestions of how to have harmless roving guards out there on horseback. But they would actually work for another department of the government. And these suggestions were taken very seriously. And when it comes to the point of creating artificial boulders and taking a suggestion like that very seriously, with a lot of very complex electronics putting these boulders, and the boulders, of course, placed on strategic cliffs up on the hills looking outwards away from the base, and then linking them by underground fiber or by hidden microwave transmitters, back to a war room at the base. You do not spend that type of money on that type of technology unless you're planning a long-term program there. The military does not waste money like that, in spite of the $65,000 toilet seats.
Did you get indications then that this and other facilities had UFO-related hardware or projects?
The indication was that what was in these underground facilities prior to the staff that I would have sent in to do the work, they would remove it. There was indications from, you can look at scuff marks on the floor, you can look at a lot of wear usages on equipment, that there was equipment in these facilities and they had removed it for my men to go in and do the work. And EG&G has a history of deep knowledge and control of everything in southern Nevada. It's common knowledge. They used to control and still monitor the test site itself. They also own the contract airline that takes the employees every morning, brings them back every night to Papoose, to Area 51, and to Tonopah. So it's not an unusual environment we're dealing with here. We could almost call that EG&G's backyard. And the history of the company was from the nuclear testing phases during World War II and the initial testing afterwards. It was a science company meant to do work for the government offline, away from FOIAs, which is one of the greatest concerns I have, is that if we really want to find out what's going on out there, legitimately or illegitimately in the black project arena, we need to modify, if we can get it through Congress and the President, we need to modify the FOIA regulations to have no loopholes and to require that all government contractors, even black, are required to submit information through the FOIA system. Because right now it's a sieve. It's a giant backdoor for them to purposely ignore the requests of either Congress or the public.
What do you say to people who contend, and I encounter this a great deal in scientific and media circles, that we can't keep secrets like this, that if there is anything to these electrogravitic craft and UFOs, that everyone would know about it. The secrets simply have not been able to be maintained and aren't maintained anymore.
The ability of our government to keep secrets actually has a long history of being very valid. There's a lot of programs that were successfully kept quiet for decades, if not close to half a century. And during the last 10 years, we've seen a lot of announcements of programs that were kept very secret by our government. Example is the syphilis study, and I believe it was Alabama, back in the 30s. Nobody knew what really went on until I think it was the late 80s, early 90s, when that program was released. And the fact that the Japanese had a biological warfare detachment working in Mongolia, who we agreed not to punish, even though they killed hundreds of our own soldiers that were POWs, simply so we could get our hands on the records, the results of their testing. That program wasn't released, and I believe the full story of that didn't come out until the 90s, early 90s. So that's close to a 50-year period where they kept that large project secret, and were able to continue the research at Fort Detrick and other places on a biological experimentation on our own people. So the ability of our government to keep secrets if the people truly believe in what they're working on, is possible. In fact, more than possible. They can generally succeed. What concerns me is when the projects go beyond black, and that we have people with ulterior motives that have gotten in control of these projects and or the funding for them, and or the ability of, what really is scary, is to write their own checks, unlimited checks, with no recourse to anybody. They're not even a budget item anymore. They literally authorize the Treasury to cut them checks. And this is where we need to have an audit, if you want to call it that, made on all these projects, and a responsible committee start monitoring the flow of black money.
Do you think this is just restricted to the U.S., or do you see that it has international scope?
Oh, I would say this is international in scope. The projects that we have are closely tied in with other allies' governments. In fact, I had been told back in the late 70s on one of the early classified projects I worked on, once I got my security clearance back, was that there is a secret agreement between us and the Brits, that whatever we invent, they get. Whatever they invent, we get. And there is no limitation as to what it is. If our boomers look like whatever they look like, the Brits can make them duplicates. And we don't hold back on any of the technology because of that secret agreement that was cut during World War II. And we have other allies like that. And I believe that what we also see is we see a lot of cross-pollination of scientists from different countries working on projects, even in the most classified arenas, in the United States. I ran into these people repeatedly.
The group that is running a lot of covert projects, what do you see as the agenda? I mean, what agendas are operating? What have you come across by piecing together some of these experiences you had as a consultant in security? And
I would believe, Steve, that my initial view on what the agendas were behind various black projects back in the 70s and early 80s, when I first became really aware of what was going on, above and beyond my own political attitudes on how the world really turned, was one of still of a good basis. They were looking to defend the United States. They were looking to protect the free world. But if you get into the situation more and more, it becomes evident that they have agendas that are independent of the goals of the United States. And that the attitudes seem to be one of control, power and control. And it's I guess you could call that almost the second oldest profession in the world.
You mentioned this dreadful incident in Nairobi with the man that was apparently killed. Have you seen other evidence of lethal force being used to maintain secrecy on?
Not as close as that event.
But do you think it has been used?
Oh yes, absolutely. Where necessary, it's used.
Probably need to incorporate my question in your answer. So
the ability of certain forces out there, Steve, to use force when absolutely necessary, or other controlling mechanisms to ameliorate the danger of a leak, to control those or maintain secrecy or fear, is always there. What happened to Bob in Nairobi is a situation where I felt that they decided that he was getting too close and he wasn't afraid and he was too powerful. And they had to take him out. And they take him out in a normal way. Not unlike the strange events with Representative Schiff here in New Mexico, who almost never went in the sun because he was living indoors just about all his life as a representative in Congress, and yet he magically got an aggressive cancer. There are ways to attack that problem. I've talked to some people that were previously SEALs who went on some rather strange missions. And I've talked to some mercs, because we run across those types once in a while, who have been assigned or tasked with taking out people or affecting situations in such a way that they're using it as a control mechanism. And these people because they are duty bound, will literally take orders and do whatever they're told. That good Nazi philosophy.
That's right. So do you think that, for example, a biological problem such as cancer could be induced or used to intimidate or to take someone out of the picture?
Steve, one of the problems we have in that arena is that it's kept very close to the vest. And when somebody that's only on the periphery is looking at those control factors used to manipulate people, you get the flavor of it. I have not been close enough to actually taste it. I don't know if I want to. But what you have to look at is the psychological factors involved, that if they can do one high profile hit on somebody in a specific way, what it does, it puts the fear of God into those that they want to continue to control, so that they don't say anything out of tune. They don't probe where they shouldn't probe, like Senator Schiff was doing, Congressman Schiff was doing. We've seen in the last 10 years a ramping up, though, if one does even the most cursory research. One of the ones that concerned me the most was the death of our Commerce Secretary several years ago on a mountaintop in Yugoslavia, where the hostess, the Air Force hostess on the plane survived because she was sitting on the jump seat in the back. And a certain British group went in there first, and she was alive and healthy when she left the mountain, and she got down to the airport, she was dead. And she only had minor bruises. And somebody needs to look into the influence that certain British commando units have and their cross-pollination with other groups like them in the United States. But what was even stranger was that his body made it back to Dover Air Force Base, Secretary Brown. And they discovered that there was a bullet wound in the top of the head, about the diameter of a .45, and that a preliminary x-ray indicated that there were shavings of some sort inside the brain itself. And that yet he was raced out of that into a crematorium literally within a day, so nobody could do a serious autopsy. And the people at Dover in the Air Force Base there were severely chastised for even doing what they did voluntarily. But in the profession, there is a way of doing this with frozen CO2 bullets or nitrogen bullets. And there is no residue left except what the shattered pieces of the skull cavity. And this is of grave concern to a lot of us, because this seems to be an ongoing process, particularly in the last 10 years. It's become very blatant across the entire spectrum of our government, nationally and internationally. And I think we all can just follow the web tracks these days as to where the implications are for that. And the need for continuing control are getting more severe, and the use of these mechanisms is becoming ever more blatant.
So where do you think this is headed? I mean, what are your concerns about where we're headed?
My concerns are for the freedom of our country and of the free world. It sounds rather simplistic, but we have to have a philosophy upon which we base our lives. And my philosophy is that the Republican form of government, if we can get back to it in some way, shape, or form, is the strongest form of government ever developed by man, by basically allowing one event to occur, and that is that we allow everybody to become a sovereign individual. It's been proven in the last 200 some years, particularly from the technological development we've experienced since the founding of this country, that to a great extent has been focused first in the United States. That is the most motivating type of mechanism we can possibly have for our species to advance. And yet there seem to be countervailing forces trying to stop it. And if we don't find ways to neutralize these negative forces, we're going to find our lifestyles, our concepts of life as a species, nullified.
You've mentioned over the course of this interview a few which nations do you think are heavily involved in this whole effort, agencies and corporations?
Steve, if you look at what layers of influence we have here, either at government or corporate level, I would say that at the corporate level, we have to look primarily first. If you're talking about new propulsion technologies, we would first only look to the aerospace industry. I've had deep discussions with some people over a long period of time who either they or their fathers had worked for various aerospace companies and had been directly involved with the research as far back as the early 50s, on into the 60s, and then by the 70s they felt they had overcome most of the problems in reverse engineering technologies from what, interestingly enough, they do never call UFOs, but they call AVCs.
What does that stand
for? Alien Visitation Craft. And that means they know who they are. It's just the question is, what's the color of their skin, if you want to use a generic term. But that these firms, and you can name them, they're all the top 5 in the nation. They're all involved in it in one degree or another, and they have their black within black. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't find in another few years that a lot of these firms have divisions that are even darker than the Skunk Works. And that one was almost a front for primary work in deeper divisions. And we have other divisions of the government. There was so much in the way of how long did the NRO run before anybody even knew they are operational. And then we get to the point where they're building their own headquarters in Virginia for almost $800 million, I believe. And nobody even knew they were spending the money on their new giant headquarters, which would have actually been larger almost than the headquarters for the CIA. So we have a situation here where somebody is not doing due diligence at the public level and at the government level in monitoring what's going on. You know, would you invest in a company without researching it properly to see if your investment is well placed? Well, we have people in the public and in our government that are simply not doing due diligence and upholding their oath of office for finding out what's really going on with our own government.
Well, then that brings to another question. What about the Fourth Estate and the media? You would think that they would want to investigate these issues seriously instead of just ridiculing them.
The subject, Steve, of the media, from my viewpoint only, it's a personal viewpoint.
It's okay.
Because I'm not intimately involved with the media on a day-to-day basis like some of the other people you've interviewed. As one of having been in to a degree and looking at the outside and seeing it as a total manipulative process with the media. They have their own agenda, and it's very liberal. We know which way they would generally vote if you did a Gallup poll on the media. We have an alternate media that is much closer to the truth, particularly on the web these days, but is purposely ignored. Anything of a serious nature is laughed at or neutralized as much as possible. A perfect example is the recent elections in this year of ours, 2000, where we have legitimately 4 or 5 people running for president, and they would never even have the debates cover other than the main 2 largest parties. That's a control mechanism that's rather blatant. If the people were really given a fair shake as to what's going on, we would have had all of the presidential contenders at each of those events on TV. I believe there were 3 of them. And we would have equal time in the newspapers and in the weekly news journals. So from the most mundane to the inobvious, it's obvious that the media is manipulated heavily. And I would hate to be a White House correspondent and say something against the president and find the next week my credentials are yanked. So you just have that happen once, and everybody there knows the limits to which they can go. But this is now happening throughout our system, not just in the government, in corporate reporting too. CNBC is a prime example of only saying nice things about corporations to keep their stock up, and hence keep the cash flow going into the advertising dollars going to CNBC. It's a bottom line problem.
What do you, I wanted to ask a question about this event near Pope Air Force Base, going back to the very
Yes.
beginning. How large and what shape was this object?
The object, when it first appeared as a white flat disc. And what was strange about it was the whitest white I had ever seen, either of us had seen. At its closest point, it was 300 feet up and about 50 feet straight line up from us, over a tree line of pine trees, away from the lake. And it was a perfectly flat white disk of pure, even white light. You could sense there was a body above it, a round structure. The diameter was in that 35, maybe 40-foot range. And it did not wobble. It was dead steady, and it was moving along, almost coasting, like you would skip up something against smooth water, just like it was running on glass.
Silent.
Totally silent. And it went at about 25, 30 miles an hour. It was almost like it was a tourist, just watching the pretty lake we were at. But it has an effect that we looked at our watches when it happened, and we looked at it again when it left. So we know there was no missing time. Yet it had an effect that we were unaware of on all the wildlife around us. And obviously they have an ability to sense something that we as Homo sapiens have no ability to sense. And it bothered them enough that they went quiet. And it was eerie because in the south, in the summer, with the high humidity, sound travels for a mile or two. And you get a bullfrog growing, you can hear them a mile or two away easily. And what was interesting was that the sound within earshot went silent, not just in the immediate area. And there are other old sand lakes. This was one of those old sand quarries been turned into a recreational lake. And what interested me most was the fact that what effect this had on the wildlife was able to penetrate out beyond our ability to pick up the sound, which meant a mile or two away. So as it moved along, it had an effect on the insect life and whatnot that moved with it.
Anything else you'd like to share?
Not at this time.
About your experiences?
Not at this time.
Good. Well, it's great timing. We're right at the 1 hour mark. And I've got a few seconds left. That's why I was asking you. You probably see that's flashing.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's still recording. Trying to think anything else. The gentleman you worked with at first in Denver from Hughes and Martin Marietta, did they have any information or knowledge about the UFOs?
No.
Reverse engineering?
No. That was primarily intelligence data. They were working on spy satellites in one aspect, and the other one was working on the electronics for receiving the spy data. Okay. And that was their specialty. And we just used them. They were brought in because of their high-end electronics knowledge.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Steve.
What is up to my 2000 Starseed? It is so good to see you guys. I see that everybody here is rolling into the chat. I am super excited, you guys. We have Ron James from the Grey Room and he has created the amazing documentary Accidental Truth that recently came out. It came out about 2-3 days ago. Yours truly got a screen on. Mwah! Thank you so much, 1091 Pictures. We love you so much, and we've got a ton of great questions to ask him. So we're currently streaming on Twitter, we're streaming on YouTube, and we're also streaming on, I believe, Twitter, YouTube, and also Facebook. Yeah, that's the one. So if you could just give us a favor, if you could just hit that thumbs up, like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, put this on all over your social media with hashtag UFO Twitter, hashtag UFOtainment, hashtag UFO News. Greatly appreciate it. So here we go, guys. Here's the breakdown, all right? Ron James is a filmmaker, on-camera personality, writer, editor, researcher, content creator, and entrepreneur. He is also director of media relations for MUFON. James is the co-founder of MUFON Television, an online TV channel boasting the world's largest collection of commercial-free UAP-related materials. He has created 7 feature-length films and dozens of original independent series episodes. His newest film, Accidental Truth, will be released in 2023 by 1091 Distribution. Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, offers groundbreaking insights and never-before-shared information about the presence of an advanced intelligence operating around us. Colonel John Alexander, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Nick Pope, Gary Nolan, Ralph Blumenthal, Congressman Tim Burchett, and others to help accidentally weave a story that leaves no doubt that another intelligence is somehow operating around us, above in our atmosphere, beneath our seas, in outer space. Decades of official denial and debunking. And the link to that is down in the description down below. You can hit that Genesis link and it'll take you to all of the places that you can get this amazing documentary. So without further ado, I know we've been waiting, everyone. The one, the only Ron James. Welcome.
How's it going? Thanks for having me here.
Good. Yes. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate it. Everybody in the chat is very excited. Congratulations on your new film.
Thank you. Yeah.
How's that all going?
Well, we're in that little abyss between the release date and starting to get analytics and information. So I don't know. I know it's placing at the top in Apple, but it's only available for purchase until the 25th. So anybody that's out there, unless you want to own it, and you want to watch it more than once, which maybe you might because it takes that. If you just wait a few more days, you can rent it, and if it for like $5 or $6 or whatever. So, so right now we're just in that in between where they're trying to rack up some sales, but we don't know what the numbers are. We don't know what the audience thinks. So yeah, it's kind of like I thought it was on pins and needles before. It's even worse now.
No, I went through it and reviewed it because it is a good idea to purchase them. I like to purchase the UFO documentaries that I have, and there were a couple details in it that I was very excited, and I can't wait to dive a little bit more deeply into it because you really talk to everyone. All of the people who are watching this show know every single one of those people who are in your documentary, and these people are the big players. They're the big players, all the people that you got to sit down. I've never seen more of a comprehensive documentary that has included so many of what I would consider the big players in ufology. I watch a lot of these documentaries, if not all of them. And similar with a lot, like this is, these are the people, we buy these, we take them. And so just kind of to start in that, I wanted to start with the idea because you had so many, and we talked a little bit about it briefly before. But you've been filming for a long time to gather all of these different interviews.
Yeah, I started shooting interviews at the X conference in 2007 or 8. And some of the interviews in the film are from that era, because over time I've interviewed some people like Nick Pope and Richard Dolan and some of the other people that are in the film. I've interviewed them more than once, including Colonel John Alexander, who really lets us know some things that he was unable to talk about for years. So it's fun to watch what they were saying in like 2009 and then watch how that changes as the landscape evolves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially to be taking these interviews from people like that over this crazy time period that's been happening. Because, you see, I can see you're excited, Ron. Yes, because we are deep divers, man. This is not a beginner show. Especially when we talk about 2017 and that being this huge year. That kind of like everybody, there was a change. Everybody feels different. How do you feel about that change in 2017?
Well, like I point out in the film, it's kind of more of the same. For the general public, it's like, oh, look, they're talking about UFOs finally for the first time ever. But as we point out in Accidental Truth, we've all seen this story before. And what I call the new narrative in the film is that, hey, we had no interest in UFOs after Project Blue Book. And then when the ATIP program started, or OSOP with Bigelow, that's when we started looking at it again. And there's nothing to see in between. And Accidental Truth is about revealing the fact that that's a complete lie and peeling the onion skin back on what was actually going on, what kind of programs are being run, what we can prove, and some of what technology and materials they discovered and researched. And there's nothing in it. It's as if I was an attorney putting this case in front of a jury. That's what Accidental Truth is kind of like. It's as close to a fact-based documentary as I could get, and I made the case as best I could based on solid evidence. A lot of Freedom of Information Acts, a lot of cross-referencing. Well, this guy said this guy said that, the official response is this. So what does that tell us? And that's why it's called Accidental Truth, because it's full of a lot of people that didn't want to tell us what they told us in the movie.
Yes, that was what was brilliant about it. There was some discussion about like, just I have questions and what's going on with this, and a lot of the things that we sometimes see is like, well, I just can't tell you. I know what's going on, but I can't tell you, right? And I wanted to go back because you were talking about things being fact-based, and this was something that I really, really, really enjoyed about your documentary, because you went into depth about looking for the evidence, right? And I wanted to ask you about, here, I think I have it here, about the physical evidence, right? Because they talk about Nyctal and we talk about all these other things. I don't know. I thought I had it. Here we go. What's Gary Nolan? Okay, here it is. I found it. Okay. So you had Mikachi Kaku in your documentary. He had everyone, you guys. He had everyone in his documentary. I'm not going to lie. You had everyone. And I've heard Mikachi Kaku say that in a
Kaku
how do I pronounce it?
Mikio Kaku.
Okay, Mikio Kaku. I always go Dr. Kaku whenever I'm trying to go fast. But I'm bad. I'm so bad. But
he corrected me personally, so I got it.
Okay, that makes me feel better. That makes me feel better. But yeah, he was saying that, if an abductee manages to get on a craft, this is what he says on some mainstream media media shows, is like grab something and hold on to that piece of evidence and bring it back to Earth, right? And he says that the best way to prove is to get that physical object, help it, because many researchers in this community have private collections of alien implants, including Daryl Sims, as well. So we have Daryl Sims, who had alien implants, and then also there's the Roger Lear implants that seem to have been I'm always asking everyone where these implants went. So from that, including that, because you're fact-based, right? I was really excited because I'm like the same way. Like when I was thinking about how you put this document, I'm like, yes, that's me. Like, I'm not going to show you anything unless I have some sort of proof. There's lots of testimonies. There's lots of things, you know what I mean? There's lots of people saying things are happening, and we got to take that in consideration, but we're all not going to come together if we don't have that evidence. So do you know anybody who is interested in researching these implants? What have you heard about in the community from the people that you discuss with about alien implants? Because that's something that's in your body. They came down. It's here. What do you think about alien implants?
Well, I think that there's definitely enough evidence that there's some kind of something that's being implanted in people that is artificial. And I'll tell you a story. It didn't make it into the film. By the way, John Rao, who founded Open Minds. He bought the original UFO Congress, I think it was, when it was held in Phoenix, turned it into Open Minds. And when Dr. Lear died, who was a very good friend of mine, I was with him right to the end. John got a hold of Roger's specimens, and where they went from there, we don't know. But we actually, MUFON had a case where we had a supposed implant, and we have video of this thing where we took it and we put it by a magnet. The magnet jumped up and stuck to it. We gave this to Lou Elizondo at TTSA, and the whole chain of evidence just got completely screwed up. It found its way to Dr. Gary Nolan at Stanford, but because of something wrong with the paperwork and the legalities involved in studying it, because it was human tissue, he wasn't able to do any analysis work on it. And we got it back from TTSA in a compromised situation where it wasn't really, the evidence chain wasn't what it needed to be, and the chain of custody wasn't what it needed to be, and the preservation of the specimen was not what it needed to be. So, yeah, we got a hold of one of those things and we put it through what was supposed to be the pipeline of the day, and it just basically got destroyed.
Wow. That's fascinating. Because this is the part of the movie that I was really excited to sit down and talk with you about. And as you know, I have pronunciation. Nightal. Is that correct?
Nitinol. And I had
Nitinol. I always mess it up. Nitinol.
So, a lot of people know about this Roswell memory metal stories. There's thousands of testimonies about it. And then in the late 50s, early 60s, the Naval Weapons Research Laboratories came out with this shape-shifting memory metal and they called it nitinol. And as we research the actual origins of nitinol, we find out that it's a titanium alloy. And the initial research of it was done by a scientist at, now it's slipping my mind.
I want to say Los Alamos, but don't.
No, it's not Los Alamos. It's a something Memorial Institute. It'll come back to me in a minute. I guess I have dementia slipping in. But this stuff was developed by a company in Ohio, right near Wright-Patterson, that had a contract with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to analyze materials in the 1940s. So it's a pretty decent chain of evidence that says these guys got something from Wright-Patterson, and then they actually, I think it's like Bechtel Memorial Institute, something like that. It's in the film. But anyway, these guys are the ones that originated nitinol, and then they passed it over to this Naval Weapons Research Laboratory so that they could bubble it up. And it's as close as you're going to get to a trail of evidence that says, okay, they got these materials somewhere, and where they're saying they originated is not correct, and where we're able to find out that they did originate is connected to all of the lore around the time of 1947. And we're able to actually lay that out with a trail of evidence that is very compelling.
Yes, and I remember now. Was it Battelle?
Battelle, yeah, thank you. Battelle Memorial Institute. Now, this is a company that has a history, and they're still around today. These guys have a history of doing very, very top secret classified work for the government in materials development and in science. And this institute, for lack of a better word, has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and more secretive. So they're still around and they're still doing this kind of stuff. And we were able to show that the scientists that was there, titanium wasn't really, they knew about it. They knew what it was. It's in the periodic tables, but they didn't really have anything that they were using it for at the time. Titanium research was in its infancy. And then all of a sudden out comes this shape-shifting titanium alloy out of Battelle that ends up coming out of the Naval Weapons Research Laboratory 5 years later. And so there's a whole paper trail about several materials that were described in a Freedom of Information Act request that we got. And so the government actually admitted in this response that they had materials that were linked to UFOs and crashed UAPs and debris. And then they released a bunch of reports about what those materials were. And the thing that the reports had most in common is that a lot of it was speculation. It's like, well, this material has these certain properties. We think that it might be good for this, this, or this. And it's pretty compelling, because I don't know any corporation that goes out and develops a highly advanced material if they don't know what they're going to do with it. And that happened with a few of these materials.
And that's what I really love. And because that's what it was. You guys had the FOIA request. I can't remember the man who put the FOIA request in, but the FOIA request.
Oh, you did the first one. And,
yes.
he's not super well liked by some people in the UFO field. And so when he got these responses, a lot of people dogpiled on him. And what they failed to understand is that this is an official government response to a very carefully worded question specifically about materials from crashed UFOs that were being studied at Bigelow Aerospace. And so that opened up a whole other can of worms, because Bigelow Aerospace, Robert Bigelow got himself in trouble when he said aliens on 60 Minutes. A lot of people believe, now I can't state this as fact, but a lot of people believe that that when he went and said that on 60 Minutes, he was dealt serious repercussions to his business. And when the FOIA request came out saying that materials were being studied at Bigelow Aerospace, that was like another shoe to drop on him. And so a whole army of people came out to defend him and say, oh, well, yeah, I never had any of that stuff. And so it's a very convoluted trail, but the bottom line is pretty good circumstantial evidence that, yes, we did recover materials. Yes, they were studied. These are reports about what some of these materials do and may do. And then there's technology that they've admitted studying that we're not going to have for another 10,000 years. And we've got Michio Kaku on there literally analyzing these reports and making statements about specific types of technology, traversable wormholes, warp drive, quantum communication, all kinds of things that have these lengthy reports. Like, these guys know that it's possible, but we have no idea how to do it. But how do we know it's possible? That's right. That's the question. And why is the government involved in researching this stuff and doing all these programs, and that they're lying about now?
Right. And even when we follow that down, you guys even touched a little bit on the documentation that was able to be found about invisibility cloaking. Was that a discussion? Some sort of technology. Yeah. You guys had like one sentence, and I was like, all right, they're digging in. Yeah, because I've seen that
induce invisibility. So they somewhere in these reports, they discovered materials that could possibly be capable of facilitating invisibility. And if we think back to the 40s when this all happened, we're looking at a situation where we have rumors about invisibility cloaks and highly advanced invisibility technology for both craft and for people. And, this is 40 years ago, we were discovering these materials that might have those principles. And so Dr. Kaku chimes in with, well, we can do invisibility in a certain frequency range. We already know how to do that. We know how to bend and reflect light and do all these kind of things. But to do full invisibility in the optical frequencies is not something that we've yet mastered. But here we have these reports about these materials that supposedly make that possible.
Right.
So if we have materials that make it possible, but we haven't figured out how to do it, then where did the materials come from?
Yes. And you guys triangulated the nitinol. You triangulated the nitinol very well, because not only was the FOIA request able to, figure out that this material was from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, right?
Yeah.
But also that it was given to a research facility, which I guess we do believe was Battelle, right?
Right. No, we know it was given to Battelle, and we know the scientists that studied it. I didn't name him in the doc, but we know who did the actual research on these titanium alloys. And then, it didn't come out of Battelle, but it was ported to The name Nightingale stands for like Naval Investigative Research. It's an acronym for this naval lab where it was invented, but it wasn't really invented there. They just say it was invented there
because it was in Roswell.
or somewhere. Yeah.
Well, that gave me a little bit more confirmation in my own mind that I'm not totally crazy to think that Roswell was incredibly real, because I just have intuition and feeling that it was, but you can't just outright say that, right? There was the memory.
Although Edgar Mitchell, you know, we have him on. I interviewed Edgar.
Yes, I have that down too.
He's gone, but I interviewed him in 2009, I think it was, and he's like, yeah, you know, I looked into this, and the whole Roswell thing was real. I grew up in Roswell. I was told that it was real. I was told there were bodies, and nobody's ever seen that interview. It's brand new in my film.
Oh yeah, no, I knew it was exclusive because I watch all sorts of Edgar Allan Mitchell clips, and I don't think I've ever heard him talk about the body, and it's just this amazing clip. And he states that some people he talked to did indicate that they saw alien bodies. What are your thoughts about these cases where extraterrestrial bodies have been allegedly found, like in Brazil and, you know, Roswell? What are your thoughts on the bodies?
Well, there seems to be a pretty good body of evidence for sorry, that's kind of
body of evidence.
I guess there's
a good one. It's a good one. There's a body of evidence about the bodies.
Until we get to see one, we can't prove it, but there's certainly a lot of anecdotal evidence. We touch on it in the film, but proving biology through any kind of a paper trail is pretty hard. So we put out forth some of the conjecture that is reasonably based in logic, but the film is primarily about materials and technology that we do have official government documents that acknowledge. You know, do I think personally that they've recovered biology? Yes, and Lou Elizondo told me off camera that there is biology, and he stated that publicly. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure that we have something.
Yeah, I'm sure that we have something too. I think the bodies are somewhere. And it's just great that you're doing the evidence-based thing, because a lot of people are like, well, why do you care so much, Amy? Why do you need this evidence about Bob Lazar or whatever rabbit hole I'm down? And the truth is I need this evidence so I can share it with others, right? Like, it's not just me. And that's what I liked about the body of evidence you put out. You put out a lot of evidence that I could bring to a friend or have in a nice, mature conversation at a party. That's the kind of stuff that I try to put out there, because we all kind of get put in the corner if we talk about this topic. And so that was one of the things I really, really, really enjoyed. And in the film, you showed a clip from a hearing where Gallagher asks the UAP task force if they knew about Malmstrom Air Force Base, only to have the UAP team tell them that they never heard of it. And it was actually kind of embarrassing to see them do that. So
right.
Why do you think that these UAP government initiatives don't have knowledge of these or any incidents associated
because
with
compartmentalization is the name of the game. So if you watch the way they answered these questions, they said that is not within my knowledge base at the UAP task force. And what they're doing here and what we're seeing is more compartmentalization and plausible deniability. You know, right after the guy says, both of them say, yeah, we don't know anything about that. That's not in our lane. We pop on one of the guys that was involved in the initial investigations of the incident, and he reminds us that yes, that was government studied the hell out of it, he says, and then we pop back to these guys, you know, acting like they don't know anything about it. So that's what we're seeing now. The biggest takeaway from Accidental Truth is that these guys are whitewashing everything from post-Project Blue Book until the ATIP program, like nothing was going on. And the fact of the matter is there was a whole lot going on. There was a whole lot of discoveries being made. There was a whole lot of advancements being made. There was a lot of secret government programs. The whole thing got pushed into private industry, and these crazy kind of stovepipes where the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing, and it's still that way. And so we're dealing with this whole situation where they're erasing the past, and they're feeding us this new story where they don't have to be accountable for anything that went on. They don't have to be accountable for the years of deception. They don't have to be accountable for the corruption that led to sequestering these technologies. They don't have to be accountable for any of it, because the official story is that none of that actually happened. And so Accidental Truth is all about pointing out, yeah, it happened, and yeah, we can prove it.
And then there was the bombshell that you managed to have that was amazing with Gary Nolan. So Gary Nolan has he self-proclaims. He says, I guess I just had my own accidental truth in your documentary.
You know, Gary's had to walk a very fine line. He came out saying that he was studying UFO crash debris, but then he had to kind of walk it back and say, well, you know, this isn't classified stuff that I've gotten. I got it from Jacques Vallée. I got it from other people, but it's not anything official. But then on another documentary, he told somebody else that he couldn't talk about some of the stuff because of, government security concerns. So I asked him point blank, I said, well, look, in this one interview, you said that you got the materials from just people. They're not classified. But in another interview, you said that you couldn't talk about some of the stuff you were studying because it is classified. So which is it? Have you studied classified materials? And that, you know, and his response is priceless. It's worth the price of admission to the film just for that.
Because he is.
And Gary's a great sport. You know, I mean, he didn't say, take that out. He said right there, you can use that. And then so
he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys had a great, a great energy between each other. And towards, you talked in the documentary also about his research that he's doing on the brain and how there's certain parts of our brain that may very well make us more psychically inclined. And you also had Elizabeth April on?
Sure. And, a lot of people have different thoughts on her, but the fact of the matter is she is a bona fide experiencer, and she represents the next generation of people that are going to be taking us into how this research and understanding evolves. And so there's been a couple of people that are like, why'd you put her in there? She's not scientific. And I'm like, experiencers are a whole different breed of people. And they have to have this legitimacy. And the last part of the film where we talk about how they made these discoveries in the human brain that are common with experiencers is like, it's mind-blowing, and it's science.
Yes, because we've reviewed a lot of Elizabeth April's stuff because, she's gone on a mothership. She has done a lot of astral projection. And you also had other experiencers who were really great in the show, and actually friends of our show. Melinda Leslie's been on our show. She's a friend. I've met her out in Roswell at a couple festivals. And these experiencers, so much, there seems to, like, they get pushed out. And I think it's just because we don't understand the brain, which is what I like about what Gary's saying, because he was in a show where they asked him, and he was doing it with actually Tyler Henry, who's this world-renowned psychic, right? He has his own thing on Netflix, and they were talking, and I was just so blown away because in that moment, Tyler Henry, who talks to the dead, and I really think he's able to talk to the dead. I think so. I feel like I've gained a better understanding of death by listening to him talk. And he said in this interview that he has extraterrestrial spirit guides. And that was a changing moment for me. I was like, okay, man, the psychic who's making and so we don't know. And Gary was like, yeah, we don't know enough about the brain. Like, that's what he said after, because we don't.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing, in order to explain all of these phenomenon, we can't just go, oh, they're aliens from Zeta Reticuli. It doesn't come close to answering the questions or explaining everything that's happening. And so I think that the way things are evolving is that we're discovering that there's a lot of different things at play. Some of them are related. Some of them are interconnected by the mechanism by which they can happen. So in other words, you might have, we didn't go too deep into this in the movie. I'm saving it for the next one, but you might have somebody that has a spiritually transformative experience. You might have somebody that has an angelic encounter. You might have somebody that has an extraterrestrial experience. You might have somebody that has any number of encounters with what they perceive to be some kind of non-human intelligence. And a lot of people are saying that what we're dealing with here, even though these different scenarios are maybe happening for a different purpose and they're not related in the reason they're happening to the individual, but they're made possible by the same mechanisms within physical reality in our universe that make these things work. And so it's starting to get very complicated.
Right, like consciousness running the craft. Because when Bob Lazar went in and he looked at the spaceship, he said that they had and that's not just Bob Lazar. There's multiple different accounts where people have talked about the craft possibly being run by consciousness. And as technology advances, it's not far-fetched for us to think that we could drive our cars with our brains, considering, Neuralink and everything.
Yeah. And what's interesting is some of the studies, like we revealed that the government was studying all these technologies. And one of the studies was, brain technology interfaces. And so, and some of these studies and some of this research was initiated way back. And so, it's not like they came up with this stuff just when Neuralink started happening. It's like they've been talking about researching bio-brain interfaces for a long time. Even before we had a lot of computers to be able to operate machinery without biology. And so as you look at some of these reports and some of these things that they studied that we're able to prove that they've studied, it's like, well, where did they get that?
Yes. And it's just so important that we study the whole phenomenon, like you're talking about with the experiencers. It's almost like that's the component that's missing. Like, I had one amazing starseed on my show, Lily Starseed Nova, because I like to talk with as many starseed. I identify as a starseed. I don't know if I necessarily think like I'm an extraterrestrial incarnate, but I do believe I'm from the stars. But I do believe we're kind of all from the stars. And when Lily was on my channel, she got into astral photography. So she'd get out her camera and go out in the middle of the day or wherever she was at and take these amazing photos. So you're out there, you're looking at the stars, you're having this moment. And she said that's when she became awakened to the idea that she was in communication with extraterrestrials. And basically, she'd be looking at these star galaxies and these clusters that she was taking photos, these beautiful stars, and she'd see them do things. Little here, they'd move around, they'd fly that way, right? They'd fly this way, like a little hello. And she said that was kind of how she awakened. And now she's straight up like, hey, like she jumped on the show. She's like, the aliens just sent me a message. And I was like, all right, let's talk about it. What did the aliens tell you? Let's get on the air. And a lot of people have said having those experiences. And for me, I think it's actually like, it's even more easier for me now to see that as a whole than what I did before. Because I'm sure if I was out there looking at the stars and you slowly start awakening your consciousness and the veil starts to be lifted, I think I'm very scared to remove that veil.
Well, the veil's there for a reason. We are spiritual beings who came here for a human experience. And I think that the one of the best things we can do here is to kind of break out, puzzle our way out of the matrix, so to speak. But then a lot of people are very happy just to be here. Hey, there's somebody in the chat, UFO Man, that sent me a thumbs up about my movie. Who is that?
That's my friend Tim. That's UFO Man. He's got over 40,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's been a huge supporter of Alien Girl. We've been on our up and up.
Hey, if you want me to come on your show, I'm happy to do it. Mike Baer is in my film at a couple of very poignant points. So he just complimented me on the film. So I'm glad that you liked it.
Yeah. Tell Mike to come on my show, everybody. I'm just kidding. But, UFO Man does some great stuff. He's interviewed all sorts of people. We were kind of collaborating a little bit at the UFO Expo when he was out there, and he did an interview with Travis Walton, who you've done a movie about.
Yeah, I helped make the true story of Travis Walton movie. Yeah.
What are the details associated with that you really like? How was that? What was that like for you?
Well, getting to know Travis on a personal level is always an honor. The thing about Travis, he's not a typical experiencer. What happened to him is not a typical scenario. And, it's really kind of, I think, the wrong place in the wrong time. Is that there was probably this group that was out doing some kind of data collection, biological research kind of thing. They weren't the typical ETs that are initiating these traditional contact stories, and he just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they took him in and fixed him up after they accidentally zapped him. So it's a very unique story. And, one thing about Travis, experiencers in general, they are, even if the encounter is not, violent or dangerous, they're transformed forever by what happens to them. And what we see in a lot of experiencers is that they just have a really hard time just moving forward and having a normal and fulfilling and rich life. And Travis, on the other hand, managed to, through all of it, arguably he's the most famous UFO abductee in the world, but he also managed to raise a family. He managed to retire from a job. He managed to, acquire some real estate. He's done well for himself. And so you got to have a lot of respect for him, because he's obviously been through something super traumatic, but he has also managed to have a life aside from all of that. And that's the thing I admire about Travis the most.
Yeah, he has 10 grandkids. It's like amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool.
He's like one of the most legit good old boys you could ever meet, honestly. Like, you meet him and you're like, hey, and he's like, hey. And he's so unique in that way, because he was actually conscious and aware. And what I love about the Travis story is he's just like me. I'd want to beat him up. He tried to go at him. Like, I don't see myself getting abducted. You know what I mean? Like, that seemed real to me, that you'd want to take him down. How many cases do you think, especially because you've done so much work with MUFON, do you think have you heard of a lot of stories where people are totally conscious like that? That's what makes the Travis Walton story, like, a lot of people latch in, not to mention all the other evidence associated with it. But what conscious, because a lot of times people will be like, I'm kind of in a hypnosis thing, I'm kind of asleep. But you said in the documentary that it's almost beyond real for some people.
Yeah, I mean, there's the MUFON has probably got the best research and